Hello and welcome back, everybody. I'm very excited for today's stream because we'll be building something, in my opinion, pretty cool, which is an Apple News clone. This tutorial is going to be very beginner friendly. I'll be breaking down everything step by step, explaining concepts in a bit more detail. So whether you're just starting out or looking to see how a real world app comes to life, you're very welcome to stick around. That would make me happy. And yeah, without further ado, let's take a quick look on what we will be building today. So, as I told already, we'll be building an Apple News clone, and you can see right away a little bit of how it's going to look like, but let's go over a little bit more details. The first screen that we'll be working on is going to be a sectioned news feed. Sectioned is a very important word here because we're not going to be using a simple flat list. In here, we'll be needing to display different content differently with titles at the top and yeah, like news on React Native and tech in general. The second screen that we'll be working on is going to be magazine screen. Here it's a little bit different because this list will need to display the items in rows of 2. So it's going to be interesting to see how can we achieve that with React Native. And also this screen will have a filtering option. Basically, we'll be able to filter out the magazines according to whether it's featured, popular, or newest. And last but not least, we'll be working on the article detail screen. And in here, we'll be displaying the markdown text in React Native. So in order to make it easier for people to read, and you can see here roughly how it's going to look like. So as I mentioned, this is going to be a very beginner-friendly tutorial because we'll be covering steps in more details. So let's continue and see what kind of tech we'll be using today. First things first, as always, we'll be using React Native Expo. I think it's not a surprise to anyone here already. Second thing, we'll be using Expo Router to see how the screen navigation works and understand in a little bit more detail that. Lastly, we'll be using TypeScript to ensure the type's safety. We'll not get too deep into it, but I'll cover the main fundamentals and basics of it so that you could take the project and start using it, maybe later on expand on it. So what you'll learn today. First of all, we'll be learning how to handle props and state. What are they, how they work, and when do we use them. Then we'll see how to use a flat list and a section list. These are two different lists, and we'll see how to make them work, how to create basically dynamic lists. Then, as mentioned, we'll be working on implementing the navigation with the bottom tabs. Basically, you'll be using most likely bottom tabs in all of the applications. So I'm pretty sure this is important to cover. Then we'll be covering very crucial hooks in React Native, and well, I'll explain a bit more what are they in a few hours probably. But we'll be learning what is the useState hook, what is useEffect hook, how they work, and what do they do. Lastly, we'll be working with TypeScript, and we'll be learning UI best practices on structuring the news style content for the app, like how to handle markdown content, how to display lists and stuff like that. So you might be wondering, why are we here building everything project-based? And I think, in my opinion, and I can agree that in Vadim's as well, I can be sure of that, building real apps is the best way to learn. It's very boring to just keep on reading through a huge theory, lists, blogs or whatever, and it's a lot more engaging to see how it is built in real time. Not only that, you'll be gaining a real world hands-on experience and seeing how to solve some issues when you encounter them. And lastly, you will walk away with a fully functional app where you'll be able to showcase in your portfolio, which is very cool. Now, you might be wondering, who am I? I'm Lucas, and today is not Vadim's turn to do a live stream, but I promise he's gonna come back next week for sure. But yes, I am a developer. I have quite a lot of experience, and most recent one is I am startup CTO and co-owner for more than 6 years already of an application. I was former university instructor in software engineering, and lastly, I always say that I was developer first, and now I'm trying to share my knowledge with everybody and educate as much as I can. So yeah, you can see my mottos on the bottom here, and I really stand by it, and hopefully I'll be able to prove that to you. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, but one more thing. Before starting out, I really want to talk a little bit about React Native Mastery. I think it's I'm very excited to share that with you, but Vadim was working tirelessly on this course, and I think it's designed perfectly to take your skills to the next level. Whether you're a beginner or already have some experience, this course will cover everything you need to know to build high quality, real world React Native apps. So if that's something interesting to you, make sure to check it out, and we'll leave the link in the description to React Native Mastery course. And actually, Vadim is finishing it up. The last module is already done, so only the editing part is left. I am reviewing it, and I can tell you it's a high quality module. Also, if you want to follow this tutorial with me, make sure to check out the guide, which is also going to be in the description below under the step-by-step guide, or you can simply go to this link here and you will see the guide, something like this one. Here, I'm gonna quickly go through what it is, and then I can check out some of your comments and answer them. So first of all, at the top here, you can see a short introduction into the project, on what we will learn, what tech stack we'll use. And if you scroll to the bottom, you'll see some lessons and tasks that here in the list. And if you click on one of them and open them, you can see a lot more details on the steps of what we'll be taking. And I'll be using this guide as well alongside with you. And so there's a lot more information that I have with examples. So make sure to download it, read it. I hope I will manage to talk about everything on the stream. But yeah, if I miss something, this guide will definitely have it. So you can see a bit more. So for example, if we go to magazines list, you can see how detailed everything is displayed on what we're doing, why we're using certain things, how are we doing it, and yeah, for example, here we'll be covering the use state, what it is, and some examples. So make sure to check it out. But we'll be starting from the first lesson, which is configure your environment. But before that, let's check out the comments and what do they have to say. So I see Avinus is saying, "Oh, Lucas, how are you doing? Greeting from Lithuania. I'm doing amazingly, I think, and I'm happy to have you here. So yeah, hopefully you'll stay for longer. I know last time you watched quite a bit of the tutorial and left some invaluable feedback. So thank you very much. I'll try to incorporate it here. Max, how it looks great. Well, hopefully it's gonna look just as great after we finish it. Prince, greetings from India. Greetings from Lithuania as well. Thank you for being here. I remember you were here the last time as well. Kathleen looks awesome. Can't wait to see how it turns out. Same here, Kathleen. Will we cover remote notifications? No, today we will not cover remote notifications, but if that's something interesting to you, we can add it to our idea board. And that's another thing that I want to talk a bit more. You can go to the idea board, which is, I think, in the description below. If it's not, I'm gonna ask for someone in the team to add it. And you can leave your ideas there. And one day when we come to it, we maybe will implement and showcase how it's working. Rogelio, Lucas, let's go. Nice to see you again here. I remember you, like I always say that, and probably I will always do. Will actually, but you're here from the very beginnings. Even when I was doing the streams way back, like 3 years ago, I think. Let's go, Lucas. We are ready. Thank you, Avenas. Happy to see you. Rudraksh, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, but yeah, hello to you too. Vilte, hi Lucas, long time no see. Can't wait to deepen my knowledge in React Native. Hopefully, I will be able to do that. But yeah, happy to see you here as well. Should I use Expo or React Native CLI? You should use Expo at this point because even Meta is suggesting to use a framework at this point, and Expo is, I would say, the best in the field. Mario, hello Lucas, will you cover 10-stack query to fetch data for this app? Hello Mario, and no, today we will not cover that in this episode, but in the Reddit clone that we did a few weeks ago, I think it was, yeah, last week, we did cover it, so you can check that one out and see how it works. Music Forever, hello, how are you? I love your all live tutorials. Music Forever, thank you very much for the kind words. I hope you love this one as well. Really hope. React Native is still the first framework on mobile development. Yes, I would say so. And I'm working with it for quite a few years already. I'm loving it, and it's evolving so fast. I don't see anything better for now. I'm loving it, and everybody around it, not just the framework itself, but the community, and yeah, I really love it. And Sidaram, hi, hello to you too. So I managed to go through all of the comments. Hopefully I'll have some time later on to check it out again. But for now, I think we can continue. And the first thing that we will do is we will configure our environment before starting out. So the only requirements that Expo has in order to start working with it is to install Node.js. And if you want to do that, just go to the guide in the, again, description below and click on this link and you'll be able to install it. It's very easy, very fast. If you want to run, if you're running on a physical device, the only second part you need to do is download the Expo Go app on your device. So you will find it on Google Play Store or Apple Store, and you'll be able to just, as I will show you later, scan the QR code and start developing. However, if you want to work on a simulator or an emulator, you'll need to do some extra setting up. And what kind of setting up you'll need to do? Well, first of all, you'll need to install Android Studio, which is going to work for all operating systems, or Xcode, but it's going to work only on Mac OS. Yes, and then you can go to this guide and follow this or this tutorial basically, and you'll be able to set it up. But it will take a bit more time, so I highly suggest you to simply download the Expo Go app on your mobile phone and scan the QR code, as I will show you later which one. And then after the tutorial, maybe you can come here and then follow this guide. Lastly, I will be using VS Code as my code editor, but feel free to use anything. I just think that it's the best for my requirements. So we can go back. If you went through all of this, we can continue and go to a second lesson, which is set up a fresh Expo project. Well, okay, so in order to set up a new Expo project, the only thing we need to do now is open our terminal, which is going to be here. And in here, first of all, navigate to where you want to create your application. So for me, it's going to be documents, and I think it's projects, yes. Then in here, let me rearrange it a bit. It's going to be, I think, easier to have it like this. Simply copy this command, come here, paste it, and simply press enter. What it's going to do, it's going to create a new Expo application with the latest version. This is going to be the name of your application or your directory that you're creating right now. And we're adding this flag template because by default, Expo will include some tools, recommended tools, and like some pre-built components for you in the project when they're creating, which is very nice and handy, but I really want to show you everything from scratch. So I'll be choosing blank TypeScript. Just press enter. Now we need to wait a few seconds. Well, it really depends on your computer, but we'll need to wait a little bit in order for the project to be created. So in the meantime, I can check out one more comment. Lucas, I built crypto tracking app with you, and after learning from you, I made my own LMS app, and it has more than 100K downloads. Wow, that is insane. Faisal, I'm really glad to hear that. You can't imagine how much it means to us all. I will definitely share this with our team on our Mondays meetings. I'm very glad for you, and I hope it's gonna get even more downloads. In this video, we create complete project or in parts. We will create hopefully everything, the whole project in this one video. I really hope I'll manage, but as I told, I really want to focus on everything in a bit more detail, so it might take a little longer, but we'll see. My goal is to finish everything in one go. So as we can see, the project is already built, and to open it, we could use a fancy command like code and our project name, which is going to be Apple News Clone. And this will open on VS Code automatically our project. But I will not do that because for that you'll need a little bit of an extra setup on VS Code. It's not difficult, but you still need it. So what I will do is simply open the Visual Studio Code that you downloaded or your code editor, go to File, Open Folder, and here we'll need to find where is our project. So here, and we can see Apple News Clone. Let's open it. And now you might, as I have in the guide, you might have this pop-up here, and feel free to click yes, I trust the authors, and even check this check mark here because you created it, everything is good here. Yes, so now we can scroll down and see what else do we need to do. So if you go to the project, the first thing that we will do is, let me open the design here real quick. Give me a second. Here. Okay, yes. So yeah, the first thing that we will do is open a terminal to check out if everything is running and working correctly. To open a terminal, you can go here to the top, click on terminal and click new terminal. In here, what we will do is we will run npx expo start. You can also run npm start, but I will run the full command. So let's run it. And I will have to minimize my screen to in order to be able to show and share with you everything. So maybe, oh, we can add this one here. Yes, let's expand it. And let's click. So yeah, so for you, if you downloaded the Expo Go application on your device, you can simply scan this QR code and you'll be able to develop and see all of the changes right away on your physical device. As easy as that. Now, if you have Android set up or iOS set up fully, you can click A for Android or Y for iOS simulator and it will run there. I will click Y and basically work on a simulator. That way it's going to be easier for me to show everything that's happening and it's going to be easier for you to track. So let's position it so that you can see it nicely. And I think this should be good. So, okay, now we can continue with our tutorial. And the first thing that we will do is we will check out if the hot reloading works nicely. So let's go to the app TSX and let's change this text to, let's say, hello world. Let's save it. And we can see that the text changed here. That means everything is working. If it changed for you as well, that means we can continue. The first thing that I really like to do is, now you can close this terminal actually, but and maybe I will increase the size a bit. So the first thing that I will always do when creating a new project is create a new directory and call it source. This really makes it way easier to handle everything, like your folder structure, and it keeps the project a lot more organized. So inside the source, I always create two more directories. One of them is going to be components. And in here, we will keep all of the small components. You'll see a little bit later that we can reuse in our whole application. And then we will create another one called app. And this directory will contain all of the screens of our application. And I'll also show you later how they are created into screens. So after we create these two directories inside, we can do one little thing as well. And I will showcase you with an example here. So we did all this. So yes, we'll be setting up path aliases. So by default, when importing components or anything that you created, you'll need to do this, which is called a relative path. Basically, you say, okay, I'm in this component, add two dots, go to this. I'm in this directory, add two dots, go to this directory, add two more dots, go to the parent directory. But this can get out of hand very quickly. And you'll be having here tons of dots, and it's not gonna make any sense. So to do this, we can go to the tsconfig file. Let's first of all copy all of this code and example below. Go to our tsconfig and just select everything with Command A, and I pressed Command C. I need to press Command V, and we'll add this little part, basically saying that we will be creating path aliases. So if instead of having, and maybe it will be easier here, we're saying that instead of writing that dot, we will be writing at, which we say here, and then it's gonna replace the source. So basically we can say right away that we'll be not writing like source components list item, we'll be writing at components list item. Or if it's, let's say, in assets, because we created here assets as well, we can say that we will go to add assets as we named here, as you can see, and then right away we'll take out the logo. This like makes it way cleaner, and I think it makes sense to use it. Basically, you'll see how much easier it is. So if we go back, we can save this one and close this. Yeah, one last thing that we will need to do, and I also have it in the guide. You'll need to import additional assets. So make sure to download this assets.zip, unzip it, and replace it with this assets folder. That way you'll have all of the dummy data, everything basically that we'll need for this tutorial. And once again, you can find this guide in the description below, and it will have this assets and also the presentation that I just did. Hopefully it was good. So I think we're done here. We can continue and go to the task board. Let's see the comments real quick. Are we gonna cover some generic types with TypeScript today? Yes, we'll be covering some like generic types with TypeScript today, and I'll explain a bit more, but I will not get into like very edge cases where you might be needing to use, I'm not sure, like ChatGPT or Google or whichever you use to solve them. But it's gonna be a good base ground to start off and understand like how is it working, how to type our components, how to like read the errors that TypeScript is doing, and how to solve them. So yeah, that's that. Now we can go into the next lesson, which is going to be Expo Router. So if you're not sure, if you're not yet familiar with the Expo Router, it is basically a navigation library. And unlike traditional libraries like React Navigation, Expo Router follows file-based navigation system, which means that if you create files in app directory, which we just created, Expo Router will right away create screens for that. And if you're familiar with Next.js, this approach will feel very familiar to you. But if not, I will cover everything step by step, so don't worry. I'll talk a bit more on how it works, or how does it decide which screen to load, and more in-depth things. So, also a little hint here is Expo Router is built on top of React Navigation that I mentioned a second ago. So if you're experienced with that, you will be able to reuse some of the knowledge, and I think it will click a little bit easier with you. So yes, now I think it's time for us to create our first screen in React Native. So if we go to the code, not here, here, and if we create one screen inside the app, and let's call it index.tsx, and let's build our first screen. So we'll do export, default function, we will call it home screen, and we will return something like view, and text saying home screen. So right away after writing this, you will see that we have errors here. And this error basically says that it cannot find the name view. In order to solve this, it's very easy. We simply need to import these components, because these are components that we use that, let's say in this case, React Native created. We will be working today on our own components, custom components, and how to create them and how to reuse them. So stay tuned for that. But after importing view and text components from React Native, we can see that the issue is solved. Let's just save it with Command S or Control S. And yes, what we will need to do actually before doing all of that, we did not install the Expo Router. So to install, let's go to the official documentation. Let's open it here and let's follow it. It's going to be very fast, very easy. First things first, we need to install all of the dependencies that Expo Router is requiring from us. So simply let's copy this one, go back to our code, open the terminal. You can open another terminal, or you can stop the server with Control C. And I think you can just stop the server right away, because we will need to run it again after installing these libraries. Let's paste all this big command and let's give it a second. In the meantime, we can go further and see what needs to be done. The second thing that we'll need to do is to set up our entry point. So right now React Native, when it opens the application, it opens this index, and this index opens this app. So we need to change this entry. And in order to do that, we will copy this main entry. Let's copy it here, and we can read it here that we simply need to change it in the package.json. So if we go back, if we open, let me make this a little bit bigger, package.json, we can see here that this is the main that we were talking about, basically saying which is the entry file. So we will change it to our new entry file, which is Expo Router /entry. Let's save it. Let's go back to the documentation. And the third step is going to be to define our scheme. And this is needed for deep linking. We will not really cover it in this tutorial, but I'm pretty sure we will show this in the future. So after you copy this, we can go to back to our code, and we need to go to app.json. This is basically our configuration file, as it says here in your app config. So we can add it after the slug. I think I usually do that. And we also need to change the name of the scheme in here. So we'll simply call it not just Apple News, something like that, and save it. Now, if we go back, we can install React Native Web and React DOM if we want to develop this app right away for the web. And this is very powerful. Actually, you need barely any setup, and it works right away after out of the box. and that's very powerful, but we'll be not covering this today. Maybe in the future, but yeah, simply installing this, changing here, and that's it. So the next step is to modify our babel.config.js file and ensure that we use Babel preset Expo. But if you created the application with me together, you will not see this file here. And you might be wondering why. Don't worry, that's not an issue. Expo right now uses this preset by default, and you don't need to change anything here. So we can move even further. And the last thing that we need to do is to clear the bundler cache by running npx expo start with --clear. So let's copy it, go back to our project, let's paste it and run it. After it's ready, let's click I to open the application, and you can click R to reload the application. After it's done reloading, we can see that it loaded this index from app, which says home screen. So if I change here to a home screen Expo Router and save it, we can see that it's working. So now you might be wondering, like, so can we remove these screens if we're not using them anymore? And yep, you are right, we can remove these screens. So let's just select both of them, right click and select delete, move to trash. And now we have everything basically clean and ready to continue. So if we go back to our guide, we can see what we need to do next. And the next thing that I want to do is to showcase you the navigation, how to navigate between screens and how it works. So the first thing that we need to do is go back to our application and create one more screen in here, or one more file. But as I told you, Expo Router, every file that you will create in app, almost every, we'll learn about one exception, will create as a screen. So let's call it about TSX and save it. So here we need to do the same, export, default, function, let's call it about, and let's return again view, not this view. And you can right away see that VS Code might be suggesting you to from where to import it. So you can simply click enter and it will import from the place that you need. So now we can continue and do the same for text. And you can also see here that they're suggesting text from React Native. So let's select it and let's write about screen. Let's save it. And now we'll be learning how the navigation works. So in order to navigate to a different screen, we need to, I see some questions. Yeah, I'll be covering them a little bit later, but now let's continue. So you can see that this is, for navigation, we use link. And how it works, if we go to our index file and import a link from, so here you can see that we're importing it from a different library, and we'll be importing it from Expo Router, no longer from the React Native. So what we need to do here is replace the text with the link that we just imported. And why we can replace it is because link will basically have here text by default. So we can simply replace it instead of wrapping everything like here inside the link. So we can right away see the issue is that property href is missing in type. Basically, it's saying that it expects to get an href, but we're not providing it. And we will provide it. And what we need to define here is say, where does it need to navigate after clicking on this text? And in our case, we'll be navigating to /about. Let's save it. And if in this screen we will click on home screen, we can see that we are navigated to about screen, which is as easy as that. We're already navigating between screens and working with navigation. So one very important thing to mention is that this index file is going to be like in a web URL, a simple slash. So this is basically our home screen. If you would go to, let's say, here and simply have something, something, something like this, this is where you would be navigated. But about is already with slash about. So same as the web navigation. Basically, you're saying to navigate to slash about, and it's taking the name from here until TSX. So basically, if I would have here, let's say home, I would no longer have here about. I would need to call it home. But now that we have here about, it's about here as well. So this is how the navigation works. We'll see later on how to pass the dynamic parameters, let's say here ID, or how to have more, let's say, bigger structure if you want to be specific, saying like we need to go to post/ID or whatever. So this is the very, very basics of React Expo Router. So if we go to our documentation and the guide, we can see that there is, well, I've mentioned that Expo Router creates all of the screens that all of the files basically that you add here in app directory as screens. But I said almost. So this exception is the layouts file. And the layouts, by basically, how to put it, by default, as you can see, a route will fill the entire screen. Basically, this whole screen is going to be a route. And moving between, let's say, from, if I reload, from home page to about screen is a full page transition. Basically, you completely transition to a new screen, non-related to the previous one. In native applications, users sometimes expect to have some shared elements, and most of the time those elements are, let's say, the header or bottom tabs, icons here, for example, like in Instagram. If you change between the pages here by clicking on the bottom tab navigator, you still keep those elements like the bottom tab and the header. So these are shared elements that we want to keep when we're navigating between different pages. So we can think of layout that we'll create very soon as a wrapper. So for example, as I told about the bottom tab navigators. So if we add, let's say, a layout file, which we can do right away here. So let's say, let's create a new file, and we define a layout file by adding an underscore and saying layout.tsx. Let's click enter. And in here, we'll showcase a little bit how it works. So for now, let's have some boilerplate by importing slot from Expo Router. And if we go here, we can say export default function, and this will be our root layout. And we will return, for now, we will return, let's say, well, we can return a view and text. It did not import text. So if it doesn't import automatically, what you can do is, if you're here, click Command I or Control I, and then select where you want to import it from. So in our case, we want to import it from React Native. And here, let's say hello. So if we save it, you can actually see here at the top, but I will add some more margin top. So don't worry, I'll talk about this margin top in the future, maybe even more, let's say 50. We can see this hello in here. And this is basically a shared element between screens, this root layout. So the Expo Router provides us very handy two components, which is called slot and stack. If we render instead of this hello, let's say slot in here, and save it, it renders, as you can see, we right away see the Apple home screen Expo Router, which is this component. And you might be wondering, so why are we still seeing it here, even though basically we have this layout which is rendered first? And if we actually change it to stack, you'll see that it adds the header, which is what I talked about, shared element component that we share between all of the screens that are in the same directory as this layout. So for example, if we would how should I showcase it better? So yeah, for example, if I click here on the home screen, as you remember previously, we navigated to a completely new screen with nothing shared between like this home screen and the about screen. But now if I click here and navigate to about screen, we can see that the header is still there. And it is because we have this layout file. What it means is basically it makes all of these screens inside this directory where the layout is share everything that you define here. So it will share the logic, it will wrap around basically and share the logic, share the elements, and later on we will see how it shares the bottom tab navigator. And here we can make a lot of changes. So for example, if I go like this and say that, okay, so now I want to make some changes to this this screen, let's say, because this back button or this title is not what I would like to have. I need it to be, let's say, about you. So if I have, if I make it stack.screen, and in here I say that the name of the route that I am changing is, let's say, about in this case. So it needs to be exactly the same as here. We can pass some options. And you can pass some like a huge variety of different options, and we'll be covering a few of them today. But let's say for now we want to simply change the header title. And as I said, like we need to say about you. If we save it, you can see that it changed. And so in layout, you can do a lot of different changes like this, and we'll be using them in quite a few places, to be honest, today. But I could even have here some logic, some functions at the top that would prevent rendering these screens, and you do that very often when you have authentication flow as well. And yeah, this is very, very useful to have and to use. Basically, how it works is that when you use Expo Router, it goes into the app directory, and the first thing that it will load in a directory is going to be the layout file. So basically here we can define anything, and only after loading the layout will be loading the screens, the actual screens after it that comes. So yeah, hopefully it was clear, and I rambled quite a lot about it. But yes, that's what layout are, and we'll be covering them a bit more because we'll be using them in this tutorial quite a bit. So one very important thing and that I want to showcase you, and I think in order to clear up some of the things with the Expo Router, is to explain how does it decide which screen to load. And well, a very general rule is that Expo Router looks for the first available index file in the project directory structure and loads it as the initial screen, basically. If it doesn't find one at the root layout, at the root directory, basically, its searches goes even deeper. So for example, if I have a very common use case is to have, let's say, protected. Let's do it like this. Protected directory, and also, let's say, auth directory. This is, no, this I created this as a file. I need to have it as a directory. Yeah, okay, as an auth directory. Yes. So basically what this structure does is all of the routes that we will want to hide from the users that are not authenticated, that are still basically need to register or log in, are going to be inside the protected directory. All of the screens that should be accessed only by unauthenticated users will be stored in auth directory. And we did that, we showcased it how it works in Reddit clone last week. But in here, I will simply be showing an example of how Expo Router decides which screen to load. So, okay, now if we have an index here, wait a second. I see that there might be some issues with streaming. Is the stream stuttering, guys, or is it okay? Because I see that the bitrate is low. And I have no way of knowing that. Okay, so let me know if it's gonna get like stuttery or worse, because I do see that we are dropping some frames, but hopefully it's good. So yes, now what I've been talking about, yes, about these screens. So how does it know which screen to load initially? Well, as I told, it's gonna look for the first index. But what if I, let's say, move this index inside here? And then let's reload the app. You can see that it's loading from auth index, which is basically here, auth index. But what if I add here index as well? Well, if I reload, we can see that it's loading now the auth index still. And you might be wondering, so, okay, like why does it happen? And it's because of how Expo Router works. Well, first of all, what it does, it scans the subdirectories of the app. And in order that they appear in the file structure. So in this case, it's auth and then protected, which is alphabetical basically. So if it goes into this auth directory and finds there an index file, it will right away load it here. But if it wouldn't have one, so for example, we can remove this index from here actually. So these, I need to also here create one, export default. So I can copy because, and here we will call protected. Let's save it, let's reload it. And also, yeah, I changed it in auth actually, so let's do auth. And then inside protected, let's do protected. Save it, let's reload it. And yes, the first screen that we will load is going to be, why I did not save it, yes. Okay, the first screen that we will see is going to be the auth screen. And it's because, as I said, it's in the file tree, it's higher in the alphabetical order. That's why it's gonna go straight inside here. But let's say, imagine that I would change this one to have a name of, let's say, AA. Now it appears higher. So if I reload, and I think I need, let's see, protected. Okay, maybe I need to stop it because this is protected. Yes, yeah, we needed, because we changed the structure, we needed to reload the server. But as we can see that now it is loading the this screen first. So basically that's how Expo Router is working. It scans the subdirectories and it finds the one that has the first index and it right away loads it. So in our case, it went inside source, app, basically inside app. Then it checked, okay, I have the AA protected here. Let me scan it. It has an index. Okay, I'm loading it. But if I wouldn't have an index here, let's say this would be called about to, and let's save it. Now we can see that it's loading the auth screen, and because it went into this subdirectory, it saw that, okay, it doesn't have index. Well, the second one, auth, does have an index. Let me load it right away. And I do have like a very detailed explanation in the guide here on how does it work with different examples and displaying like what if both had index, what if only one had index. So make sure to read it, make sure to check it out. It's yeah, I spent quite a bit time on explaining it. But it will also, one very important thing to mention is that it's looking for the layout file first. This is the first thing that it will load. So even if you, let's say, had here and auth, or maybe let's make this one back to index, and let's reload this. It's loading the protected one. But if I had here layout.tsx, and in here, let's say, let's copy this layout that we already had created. And in here, we will have an index file. So we would need to change the name of it. And as you can see, it appeared the two headers. We'll cover this a bit later. But what I want to showcase is that, like, as I said, the layout file is loaded first. So what we could do here at the top, and even it shares the logic as well, and say like if something is true, but for now let's simply say is if it's true, we will be redirecting the user. Let's import a redirect component from Expo Router, and we can see right away, okay, so what do we need to provide? Also href. So we will be redirecting to, let's open the bracket. It's going to be auth/index. So let's save it. Let's reload it. And is it true? Okay, auth. Yes. Or no, like this we can also do. Let's give me a second. Let's reload it and let's see. Okay, I think I'm not doing something right. So now we can console log. Oh, okay, I see. We also need to return it. So it's very important. You need to return this component. And yeah, right now this one is a bit grayed out because this true is always gonna stay true, but you usually put here some sort of like Boolean or whatever, whichever you want to check. Let's say if you are authenticated or not. But yeah, we can see right away that we are redirected to the auth component here, auth route, I mean. So that's in general how it works. I hope it wasn't super confusing, but now we can clean up a little bit. So we'll remove these two directories. We will also remove this one, about. We will not need it anymore, but we will need to create here inside index. So let's create that. Let's create a function inside here. Export default function. It's going to be home screen. Okay, and let's return view and also text like we had before. Again, we have an issue here, but we can import it. Hello home. Let's do that. Let's reload. And we can see that everything is working. So now if we go back to our guide, I told here about the cleanup, and you can always find the final code of all the layout files that we will use today here down below. And as you can see here, there's more setup, but we'll go through it a bit later. Now that we are done with this, we can go back to the task board and we can open the next task, which is going to be implementing bottom tabs. But before doing that, let's check out some of the comments. I see there's quite a few of them. I will probably not be able to cover them right now, all of them, but if you will have any questions at all, just comment them down below the video. It's going to get uploaded to the channel after I end the stream, and I will answer all of them there. So I will take time and do that. So, okay, is any way to add iOS simulator in Windows? Like easily, not really, but you can work with Android emulator and it's, yeah, it's just as good. Is this live? Yes, this is live. That's why you saw some of the hiccups in a video. I would never allow that to happen. It would be way smoother, but it happens. I want you to see everything from spotting my own issues like not returning redirect, and understanding that even the developers with like a lot of experience still misses these kind of things sometimes. And yeah, I got issue command. Hardy side, I think, yeah, like for this right now it needs some extra setup, so I will try not to forget to answer you after the stream, but yeah, for now it's a bit difficult to like find where's the issue like that. Shaker, hey, hello. Anyways, can we use the same syntax of auto close for the stack component to index all of our routes directly instead of, and also custom the presentation of certain routes? I'm not sure if I understood the question. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Number one, linkėjimai. Hello. Linkėjimai to you too. In Lithuanian, that means, I think it means best wishes, something like that. So, okay, now let's continue to bottom tabs. So, let me open here also because I'll be needing the designs as well. Okay, so the first thing that we will do for the bottom tabs is create. I see one quick question. Hi Lucas, I'm Ansomana from Morocco. I want to know the difference between useRouter and link. So very quickly, if I can save this, very quickly is you can use two ways of basically navigating to different screens. One is the link one that I showed you here, which is, now I don't have another screen, but it will navigate to another screen. And usually when you use this inside here, basically wrapping some sort of component like you would need, for example, for a pressable in a list of items that I will show you. If you click on one, you need to navigate somewhere. You would use the link. But for example, you can also import from the Expo Router, you can also import a router. And instead of using this link, what you could do in theory is, if we, let's say, have here text and having, let's say, on press, you could say, I don't know, router dot navigate and say like where you want to navigate. I'm not sure, like we had there about, let's say. So you could do that, but this one you would usually use this in, let's say, in like useEffect, or basically when you need to programmatically go back, or usually, yeah, you would even use it usually for router go back, and it's simply gonna pop the screen, the last screen that you had. And we will not use today this, but this is basically when you want to navigate programmatically. That's the easiest way I can think of. But more times than not, you would simply use the link, and that way you wrap the component that you want to make pressable and you navigate where you need to. So this is basically the main difference. In theory, like both of them are good ways of doing it. Like that's the only difference, if you need to do it programmatically or you can use the component. Are you able to share the Notion? Yes, the Notion is actually completely publicly available. You can go to the video's description, and you can find there a link which says step-by-step guide or something like that. You can click on that link, and I think you will need to leave your email, but then we will send this link right away, this whole Notion with everything, to your email account, and you can read everything as many times as you want. After you get it in your email inbox, it's yours. So yes, and for the Asomane, I'll try to maybe find a use case where I can showcase the router navigation a little bit better. But for now, let's continue. So the next thing is the bottom tabs, right? I think yes. So if we go back, we will to use the bottom tabs, what we'll do is we will set up a new directory in the app called tabs. So let's go back here. Inside the app directory, let's right click, click new folder, and in here, let's say tabs. So now, like everything that we will add in this directory will, in the future, very soon, become bottom tabs. And the parentheses in tabs indicate that this directory is a group in Expo Router. And grouping screens like this helps to organize our navigation structure basically without affecting really the URL paths, or yeah, like it helps to group it a little bit better. You'll see an example without the brackets very shortly as well. But now let's create all of the screens that we will need to have as our bottom tabs. So the first one is going to be audio.tsx. Then it's going to be following.tsx. Then it will be index. We will move it later. I'll explain. New plus. And then one more sports.tsx. Okay. So now we do need to add some sort of boilerplate in all of those screens. So you can simply copy this one and go to each of them. Let's say, first of all, we start with audio. Let's paste it and simply change some of the things. So for example, we will change the function name because it's not the home screen, it's audio screen. And also we will change the text from home to audio screen to better identify it later on. So we will need to do the same for the following. Let's paste it. Quickly go here, change it to following screen. And also we will call here following screen. Now let's do the same for news plus. Paste it here, news plus. And here as well, news plus. Lastly, for the sports tab, sports screen, and here also sports screen. We didn't save this one. So now we have all of them saved, but you can see that from the, if you're following the example, we're still missing one index file. And in our case, we kind of want to have our index, our home screen basically, as our main screen that users will see initially when the app is open. And if you remember from earlier, I explained how Expo Router loads the screen initially. It is looking for the first index in the subdirectories. So what we can do simply is just move this index inside the tabs. Let's say move. And now if we reload it here, actually we need to also stop it to clear the cache and for everything to take into effect, because we see here we still have the alt directory, but actually we already removed it. So let's reload it as well. And now we can see that our first initial screen that we load is in tabs/index, which is tabs index. Perfect. This is our basically home screen that we will work on, well, very soon. So now we still don't see these bottom tabs on the bottom here. And for that to happen, we will need to create a layout file, because right away we can think about, okay, so we want to add a component, or I'm not sure, like a item that we want to share, element, that probably that's a better word, that we want to share between all of the screens in this directory. And all of these screens needs to have that bottom tab. So in order to have that, we right away can think, okay, we probably need layout to share that element. So let's quickly build export default function. Let's call it tabs layout because it's in the tabs directory. So we only will use this layout inside the tabs. So now how it's gonna work is basically this layout here will wrap everything that we have, like the app, the tabs, all of these screens, and even later what we add. And this layout will only wrap around the tabs because this is the directory it's in. So if we add more directories inside the tabs, it will wrap them as well. But for now, we don't have anything, so it's only wrapping everything inside the directory that it is created. So if we do return, and in here, so now you can reuse your knowledge from if you had any like previous knowledge with React navigation. But in order to create these bottom tabs, React navigation or Expo Router in this case, because well, I mentioned that it's built on top of it, provides us a very nice component called tabs. So if we simply load the tabs from Expo Router, we can right away see that we have these screens, and we can also navigate between them like already, which is as easy as that. Doesn't look good yet, but we will work on it. So yes, now the first thing that I really want to solve is the double header. In theory, we don't really want to see this tabs header at all. The only thing that we want to see is the header of the component, the screen that we are in. So in this case, following, news plus, sports, audio, and much more. And this upper header, because if you remember that I just talked about, this layout is wrapping everything. And because we are returning here a stack element right away renders a header element. So if we don't want to have anything, basically say to the root layout, simply render everything that you get as children without any elements, without anything, that means we need a slot. So what slot does, it does not have any memory, it does not have any headers, nothing. It just simply everything that it gets as children, in this case, like its children are the tabs only for now, but for later we'll add more elements inside the app. But everything that's your children, render it without adding anything extra. This is what slot does. And that's how we manage to hide the header, just as easy as that. Okay, so now we can work on improving our bottom tabs, because now we need to change the icon, change the names, change the colors, and much more. For that, we simply need to expand our tabs. Basically, yes, I did not close them. Let's do it like this. Yes. And inside here, we can take, let's say, screen by screen and specify everything that we need to change about this screen. So in this case, let's say if we go tabs dot screen, the same as if you remember as stack dot screen, we're saying that we're changing only this screen. So in this case, we need to specify which screen are you talking about. So we will start, let's say, with the home page. So the home page in our case is index. And if you might be thinking, okay, so if this is a home page, why didn't we call it home? And it is, once again, because this is the screen that we want the Expo Router to load as the first initial screen. And how Expo Router works? Well, it's looking for the index to load as the initial screen. That's why we have it as an index in here. There are like ways to work around it and have here home, but I think for now it's like everything that we need to do, everything that we need to achieve, maybe that's a better way to put it, is like loading the index as initial screen, and we can work with the index as a home. So yeah, we're saying, okay, we'll be changing the index file in our directory, and you cannot specify anything outside here because it will not know what you're talking about. It knows only what's inside the tabs. So we're saying index, and what we will change, well, first of all, we'll have header title, and the header title will be home, and it will change as right away here because we changed header title. Now we also want to change the title here on the bottom from having index to having home. So, and in theory, it's not even gonna be home. If we go to our designs and we go back here, it's going to say today. So if we go back, we need to change the title to be today. Well, let's save it. And now This, if you leave only this title, we could do that as well, and it would change the header and the menu bar title. But if you want to have a different title for for the header and for the bottom tabs, that's how you achieve it. So we'll need to do a few more things. Actually, one more thing. We want to change the icon because now it does not have any icon. And to do that, we can say we want to provide tab bar icon. And this is going to be a function like this. And the tab bar icon, I actually have it ready here. So I'm simply going to copy it like this from material community icons. And if you go here, you can import this from material. Oh, wow, I'm misclicking a lot. Let's just copy, it's gonna be way easier. And then we will need to import it from expo.vector icons. Now, if we save it, color, oh yes, color doesn't exist. So what is this color? Well, we could simply provide here black, and we can see that this will always stay black. But we want to have different colors based on whether the user has the screen open. It should be black, but if you go to another tab, this should become gray. And to achieve that very easily, in this tab bar icon that we have here, we can destructure a color parameter. So this tab bar icon, every time when we call it, will return a color, a current basically color that we need to display, basically based on whether it's active or inactive. And if we go here to the color, we can pass here color, save it, and now it works like this, like it's gray and blue. But that's not it, because what we want to do is we also want to change the color of basically active color and inactive color. To do that, we can pass some of the options inside the tabs, basically that's wrapping all of the screens that we will have here later on. So if we go here, we can say we want to pass some of the screen options, and you can see here that it changes a little bit the parameter name. Instead of options, we're saying screen options. And what we want to do is we will change tab bar active tint color. So you could have here, let's say red, and you can basically, when it's active, it's going to be red. But for us, when it's active, we simply want to have it as black. And when it's not active, it knows right away that it's gray, but you can also change that. I think it's tab bar inactive tint color. So now let's say green. When it's inactive, it's gonna be green. When we go onto it, it's gonna become black. But the default one is good for us. So let's save that. And yeah, perfect. It's working how we want. So now, in order for you not to waste your, I really don't want to waste your precious time. So I provided here a full code with all the icons, all the names of what we need. So you can simply copy it, go back here, select everything with Command A and press Command V. In theory, we did not change anything else here. So everything will be repeating on every tab bar screen. The only things that are changing is the name here. So basically it's not index anymore. Let's say here we're working with sports. So here the sports name, and we're changing this screen, and we're providing a different icon and different title. That's it. So if we save now, we have very nice icons already done and ready to be used. As you can see right away, here is one slight difference. We are passing header shown as false here. And in our design, if we go back to it, we can see that we will not have any kind of headers. So this is actually what we want. But if, like in your case, for some reason you want to have the header, you simply can remove this and then work with a header just like that. But we will be using no header. And lastly, actually, I see that we removed the tab bar active tint color. So let's add it back as black. Yes, perfect. So now we are completely done with tabs layout, and you can, as I say, just check out the Notion guide and you'll see all of the code that you'll need to use here. And now we can close all of these screens that we just worked on. I think that's, yes, that's a good moment to take a short breather, drink some water, and let's see if you have any questions. So, Husainale, there is actually no prerequisites for this tutorial. Like, yes, I assume that you have like a very, very basic knowledge of JavaScript, which will, because I will not be explaining what is a variable and how to write, like I will show it and I will show how to write functions and stuff, but I will not get into that deep like level of very basic JavaScript. If you actually want that, just let us know and we'll create a tutorial for that as well. But for now, I'll be focusing on very, very basics of React Native. So yes, that is the only, and of course, like you need probably a physical device to be able to run the application on your device, and you also need a computer to be able to code with the code editor. But at the start of this tutorial, I actually go through all of it, so you can just rewind back and check it out. Oh, the last one has no icon. That's a very good. That means people are following. I'm very happy about it. So if we go back here, let's see what is the issue here. So which one? News Plus did not get, which is here. And if we go to our layout, let's see. News Plus. Yeah, well, the issue is in the name. So that's actually a very good catch. Thank you. So here I called it New Plus. And here I said, okay, so we need News Plus. So what you can do is either go here and adjust the name of this screen to News Plus, save it, and now you can see it right away came here. Or you could simply, in the layout here, instead of having News Plus, you could have removed the S and it would have fixed. So actually that turned out into a great example. So thank you very much, Music Forever. Ansomane, thank you, Lucas. You explained everything very clear. I'm very, very, very thankful for these words. Thank you really, really much. That means a lot, and I really hope I do explain well. Okay, Sudarshan, yo, bro, what's up? What's up? What's up? I'm having a blast here with you guys. I'm actually very excited that you are active in the chat and also active by following. You're spotting the issues, so yeah, thank you very much. And Hat Nguyen. Sometimes it's very difficult to pronounce. Like, well, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to pronounce my last name as well. It's very difficult, I think. So one night, one project, too fast, too dangerous. Yes, hopefully it's gonna turn out that way. But yes, we will finish this project no matter how long it takes. It's not going to be a too long of a project, but as I said, like I'll be covering a little bit of everything in more details, explaining like how everything works and what everything does. So yeah, let's hope it will turn out well. So now let's go to our actually Notion guide and let's see whether we need to do anything else. And basically, no, we do not need to do anything else because now it's just testing the navigation. We already tested it. And here you can see the final code of the layouts. So if we go back to our task board, we can see that the next task is creating our first custom component. So let's open that one and let's read it out. So yeah, as I mentioned, so far we've worked with some of the built-in React Native components like text, view, and actually even material, community icons. all of these tabs on screen, all of these are components that are coming from, in this case, like Expo Router. Some of them are coming from vector icons or React Native. But we have a possibility to create our own components and reuse them just as we are reusing the view or text. And this is going to be quite important topic because you would do this, like creating custom components and reusing them quite often when working. So in this example, our components will be this card, these cards, and this card. Like everything that you see here, it's not coming from React Native or Expo. It's coming from us. We created these components. So let's just do that. Go back to our code. We can close the layout. We can actually close these as well. We will no longer need them. And let's go to our home page. So now it's like the title is a little bit hidden here. And just so that we could see everything clear, I will add some margin on the top, basically some space on the top, so that we could see maybe even more, actually like 100, so that we could see everything that we're working on. And now we can go back to the guide. So the first thing that we will do is display a dummy article in our home screen, which is in source, app, tabs, index, and it's not /tsx but .tsx. I'll try to remember and fix it. So if we go here, what we can do is simply say, well, first of all, import the assets that I told you to do so, but I did not do myself. So we will go back to a taskboard, go to setup. I think it's here in the fresh project. Yes. So yeah, as you need to download this assets, I already have it downloaded. So I will simply import it. If I go back to the code and not in here, I need to pass it instead of this one in here in the root directory. And then we can remove this one. It's no longer we will use it. And this one, it shouldn't be assets copy, it should be simply assets. And in here you will find some data that we will use, like dummy, for example, for all news, for magazines, and you'll see also some icons. So make sure to actually add it here. You will need it during the tutorial. Yes, so now we can go back to our first component. Let's expand it and continue. So the first thing that we will do is import all of the news from that we just added from the asset. So import all news from, and as I told you, we can simply do that with path aliases. So instead of having, let's say, we would do this again, and then only we can go to assets /data/all news. So because we set up the path aliases in here for the assets, we can right away say that we want to import, let's say, all news, but we will import it from @assets. So we can skip all of these and simply say data.all news. See how much easier it is? So yeah, make sure to set that up. So now that we imported this one, we need to take out the first item in this JSON array. So arrays are basically lists of data that you can reuse and that you can use, actually, not to reuse, but that you can use. And so what we need to do is we need to take the first item. So let's call it news article, and it's going to be from the all news array, which is here, which we define basically from this array. We're saying that we're taking the first item. And you might be, some of you, probably not a lot, but maybe there's one person might be wondering like why it's not 1 if we want the first. And basically that's how we start counting. We don't know how to count in programming, so we count everything from 0 instead of from 1. So 0 means first, 1 means second, second means third, and so on and so forth. So the element at position 0 is element at position 1 in human language. And this is a variable that I talked about that, yeah, again, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but you can assign any piece of data to a variable, and later on, as you can see now, reuse. So for example, how can we reuse this variable? Well, in this text component, we can open these curly braces. Right away, I will clear out why do we need here curly braces, and it is because JSX treats everything inside the text component as plain text. So to include dynamic values, like let's say in our case, we need to do news article dot something, we need to wrap them inside these curly braces to basically tell JavaScript that it needs to be evaluated as a JavaScript expression and not a text. So for example, if I would do news article dot, and we can go to all news, see. So for example, title, right? Title, it's not gonna work because what is the mistake here? Let's stop it. Okay, let's reload and see if we still get this issue. No, we do not. So yeah, after importing, we needed to rebuild the server. So now, yeah, if you do it this way, it just simply displays it as a news article dot title. But in order to tell the JSX that it needs to, what we put inside basically needs to be evaluated as a JavaScript expression and not just a simple text, we need to wrap everything in curly braces. And now if we call news article dot title and save it, we can right away see that we are taking this this basically element here, variable, like title is breaking news, React 19 is officially released. So as you can see, it's displayed here. We could also, let's say, we want to display not the title, but let's say author, and we go even deeper because now we're calling, okay, there's an object, so we want to display the name of an author. So we would say author and dot name. So we will say like dot name. If we save it, we can see my first name and my last name. So yes, that's how it works. And for now, we will build a very simple component by displaying the news article title. And let's say we will also display that it was created by, again, news article, as I just mentioned. We are going into author, and then we are taking the name of the author. And here we can see a very, very simple dummy component. But now we're hard coding everything here inside the home screen. And adding multiple items would mean that we need to, well, first of all, wrap everything inside a tag, because you need to have only one parent element in here, not two. So if I would add, let's say, something like this, and I wouldn't have these tags, I would see an error that JSX expression must have only one parent element. So if we don't need any styles, you can simply add these tags, and now we can add as many elements as we want. Or we could do it simply saying like wrapping it in another view, and now it has only one, this like return has only one parent element. So yeah, as I was saying, like if we want to display multiple different like posts, like news posts, articles, we would need to be copying it every time, which can get very like quickly out of hands and become a mess. Imagine if in the future we get more posts, that means we need to like come back here and add even more posts, and it's not going to be maintainable at all. So to improve this, and at least not to have to repeat so much code, what we can do, well, first of all, probably let's remove this here, and we can create a reusable component that we just talked about. And that's why we have this directory here called components. So if we create a new file here, and let's call it news list item, because this is going to be the list item of news component. And here we can now create our own component, basically a Lego piece that we will reuse everywhere where we want. So let's have export default function. Let's call it news list item, and let's return. So now what we can do, go back to our index and copy everything here. Like not even copy, but just cut it out. Let's save it here. Now we see that it no longer appears. But if we go to this newly created component, we can paste all of this here. Now we can see some complaining that, okay, so what is view, what is text, what are you talking about? So let's import it, like press Command Y, I, or Control I. And yes, we need to import it from React Native. Let's do the same here. Text, just double check here from React Native. And it's no longer complaining about that. It's only complaining about the news article. It doesn't know what is this news article. It cannot find the name. It's not imported. It's not a variable. So what is it? Well, we forgot to cut this one out here, come back here and import. But now we'll see, okay, so what is all news? You fixed this issue. Now I know what is news article, but I'm not sure what you're talking about here. Well, for this one, once again, as we talked, we will need to be importing our all news. So now if we save this here, and if we go save it here, we still don't see it like any text here or any component. But just as we use these imports from React Native, we can do exactly the same for the imports of our own like structure. So what we would do is we would say import. Now we can give the same name. So it's news list item, and we can see right away that it's suggesting us to import like a news list item from the components here. And this is exactly what we want. So we imported this. So now if we go back here and we say display news list item, we save it, we can see that just like that, we created our own component that we can reuse anywhere in the app. And we wouldn't need to copy this whole piece of code to reuse it in, let's say, other screens. You could simply go and import news list item like this, and with a few letters have the whole component ready. But now you might be thinking, okay, it didn't solve the issue that I still need to go here and paste all of these components in order to have multiple of them. And also, how does it know like which article to take on? It's always like displaying the same things, and we have here so many different articles. So let's first of all solve the issue of displaying different text, different articles. And for that to be solved, we will be passing data with properties. And actually, we already did that. And we did that if we go to our Notion. We did it with, let's say we can do it with styles. We did it with, if we go, let's say, did we actually do it anywhere? I think we did. Yes, we did in the layouts. So all of these are properties. So we're passing the property as a name. We're passing option properties with multiple like properties of its own. So we can do that as well in here. And how to do it? Well, it's very simple. First of all, I already removed this all news. So we'll import it again. All news from assets.data.allnews. And now we can say, instead of like we have here saying that take the first item only, we could say pass here, how do we call it? Let's call it news article. And then in here, we will say this news article is going to be all news. The first one is going to be at position 0, which is first one. The second is going to be at position 1, which is the second one. And the last one is going to be at position 2, which is the third one. If we save it, nothing yet changed here. But if we go to our news list, and actually we even see that TypeScript is already giving us errors saying that basically news list item does not expect to have any properties. So why are you sending it? It's not supposed to be like that, but we will solve it very soon. For now, let's just go to our, let's close this news plus. Let's go to our news list item component. And in here, we need to receive these props. So now we know how to send them, but how do we receive them? Well, it's actually very easy. Inside here, the function, we will say that we want to take this property name. So this is going to be what we are expecting to get, exactly the same. So if we changed here the name, you also need to change it here as well. So now, instead of having this news article, what we can do, we can remove it, and we can use what we got from here. So in theory, from our home screen, we're passing like this data, and the structure of this news article does not change. It still has the title. If we go here, all of them have the title, all of them have the author, the name, and basically all of the data here is exactly the same. So if we save now here, we can right away see that it's changing. Now we have a way more data to display, and it's different. So now we no longer need to basically have it the same data, which wouldn't make any sense at all. But it still doesn't solve the problem, the last problem, which is like meaning that we need to copy and every time add new items and change here. So if you have a production application, you wouldn't want to come here when the new posts, let's say articles are added, and add them manually, then release them to production. It wouldn't make any sense. So we will see how to solve that very soon. But before going in there, I want to show you one little thing, and you can actually, oh nope, not here. You can actually see that I talked a little bit in here in the receiving props that we are taking it right away, like basically like this with curly brackets. This means that we are destructuring what we're passing. In theory, what we get is props, news article, and title. But by destructuring, we can remove this props right away and straight get into the news article.title. So in theory, what would work is having here props, which means that we passed the properties, that what we were talking about. And then if we go here, we could say const, and well, you could say here the structure, the same, exactly the same way. You would have the news article in here, and you would have props here. It will work exactly the same. As you see, I saved, nothing changed, nothing crashed. This means destructuring, but instead of having a separate complete line for that, you can right away do it in here, just as we did before. But there's another way. You could not destructure, you could leave it as it is and have just simply add here this props and say that, so our data is coming from props, then we're expecting a news article from here, and then this news article will have a title, an author, and name. So if we save it, nothing changed, nothing crashed, everything is working perfectly. But now, like, we need to add this props every time. And imagine if the component is huge, as it will be in our case. If you expand it, it's gonna be quite big. You need to all the time call this props. It's not gonna be very nice. So we can simplify it and have this news article destructured right away inside the functions, inside the function. So yeah, if you go back to the Notion guide, here you can right away see the full code and copy it and paste it. You will have all the designs, but I will go through it with you together by explaining a little bit how the styling works. Maybe we'll not go through all of these styles for every component, but let's do it for the first one. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to check out our design, because I don't remember. So, okay, we will be working for now on these smaller, because there's a lot of them. So we'll be working with this smaller component, and later we'll add multiple of them. So when you go back here, what we can do is right away remove some styles from here. We will not need it. We can also remove this one, and actually also this one. And how I like to work it is basically checking, okay, what do we need from top to bottom? So first of all, we'll have a logo here. So probably I need to add an image quite high. Then I will need some text here. and I will also need an image on the side. So if we go to our code, that means I would start with an image because that's what I saw as the first thing. So we have also a very handy component called image from React Native. So let's import it from React Native, and it expects to get a source. So the source in our case will be, because I want to showcase that you can use image URLs and image as images inside your project. This we will use as a image basically added inside our project. It's going to be this black logo. So in order to use this, we need to pass it as a source. So what we will do, just as in JavaScript, we will say it will require, and then inside this require, we will pass the path to this black logo, which is assets. We right away go here. Then we go slash, we go inside. Actually, we don't need to go inside the data because it's outside. So actually it's simply slash, and we say black logo, and it's PNG. If we save it, you can see it's a very, very big one. So let's right away pass some styles to make it smaller. So the style will be, yes, and the style is also an object, so another property. So you pass the stylings like this, and let's say the first thing that we will say is that it needs to be no wider than basically 50 points. It's not actually pixels, it's, I don't remember now how they're called exactly, but basically 50 points width. And then the height will also be, I think it's a bit smaller, I see it, so maybe let's say 20. Okay, we have here those little images. So in order to see them better, let's go back to the index here and let's add some margin at the top here. So let's say margin top, it's going to be around 60. Yes, perfect. Okay, we have the image. We can continue. Now we will go into, as I see, we're displaying there a text. So let's say, okay, we also want to show a text, and this text will show a title. So already know how to use these properties. So what we will do is simply say news, news article dot title. I think it's like this. If we save it, yes, it's here. Perfect. And now there's one more thing that we want to have, which is an image, but an image of the article on the side. So for this one, as I said, I want to show you how you can use the images from imported that are imported in your project, but I will also show you how can you use the images as URLs. So in that case, you would not simply pass them inside the source, you would open an object here and you would pass them as a URI. And in this case, our URI, you could simply paste here the link from the internet, but we have here our news list item, news article inside JSON has a field called image, which adds an image for every post and a link of the image. So if we go back here, we can simply say we will be displaying news article dot image. So if we save it, nothing happens, and it is because we did not provide any width or height for the image, which is required. So if we go here, open this once again style sheet here, and we will provide an image. I'll see it's a bit bigger, so let's say it's gonna be width of 100, and maybe also let's do height of 100. You could also do with aspect ratio. Instead of providing the height, you can provide, let's say, width, and let's say aspect ratio as 1. It's like the same as having width and height as 100 in this case. So now I also see that our image has rounded corners. So we will be providing border radius, and here you can say how rounded they need to be. If we put like 50, it's going to be a complete circle, but we want to have it only a little bit rounded, so it's going to be 10 for us. And the last thing that our image needs to be is it needs to be aligned completely on the right. So if you see here, it's aligned completely on the right. So to do that, what we will say is margin left, and we will say take up all of the space on the left that you have and push it to like the side. So there is one more thing that you cannot really see in here in this design, but I know that it needs to be here, and it is these little like how long time ago it was posted and who posted it, who wrote this article, and lastly like some options. So if we go here, we will add all of that. And because it's going to be separate from everything else, I will right away wrap it in a view. And I will say, okay, so we display the text with the date. So the date is going to be, no, just expression, news article dot. And if we go here, it's called created at. Later we'll learn how to format it as well, but for now it's just like that. Then you have, again, a new one called news article dot. It's author name, so we will say author dot name, save it, and between them there should be this little dot. So to get this dot, you can simply use the code that I provided in the Notion guide, and it is, or you can copy the code here. It is like basically an HTML code for the dot. You can see it appeared here. But now the issue is that they're all aligned on top of each other. We need to solve this. We need to make them aligned horizontally, basically in a row. And this thing row right away tells us what we need to do. We need to change the flex direction to row, basically saying that everything that I add inside this view should be displayed in a row. So now if we save it, we can see right away that everything here is just as we want. Of course, we still need to do some adjustments, and the first one right away that I really want to do is I want to add some space between each of these elements. And if I add gap, what it says that basically add a gap of 5 between everything that you add here. So here will be a gap of 5, here will be a gap of 5 as well. So now we did that, and we see that it looks nice. The only problem is now that, well, first of all, I started that the design yet is far from being even acceptable, but the date here is not displayed in the format that we want to have. And to solve that, I will showcase you basically how we install or like add other libraries that are not added to the Expo, or yeah. So you simply, let's say, stop the server, and we can call npx expo install, and now we need to pass the library date. So the library that we'll be installing is called date fns. Here, if you go to npm, you can see, okay, what this library does. There's documentation on it, and a lot of different things. It even shows you how to install it, and yeah, so you can simply go to your project, not here, and call npx expo install, and we will say date fns. We click enter, give it a second to install. We can see that everything is installed, and now we can use this library in our project. If you go to package.json, and well, first of all, maybe let's restart our server. So if we restart it, let's run it, and R to reload the simulator, close the terminal, perfect. So if you go to our package.json, we see here all of the dependencies or libraries that are installed. Here are some scripts, so that's not dependencies or libraries, but basically here we're using Expo. We just installed this date FNS. We can see the version it's installed, and we can see a lot of more things that already is installed, like Expo Router and yeah, many more. So we can close this package.json, and if we go back to our component, at the top we can import this newly installed library. So I will not yet import I will not say yet what we will import. I will simply show you how to do it. So here we say we're importing something from date FNS, and now we can specify exactly as we did before what we want to import. We don't want to import the whole library. We only want one function, which is called format distance to now. So what this does, you can find it in their documentation as well, but it takes the timestamp that you add here, the date timestamp, and it transforms it, calculates it, how long ago was this date. And to use it, it's actually very easy. You simply go to this created at here. Now, for now, we can remove this, and we call this format distance to now. We say we want to format news article dot created at date, and we also want to add suffix, which is meaning to add ago. So if we save it and reload this, we can see that it's added here. 8 days ago, 7 days ago, 8 days ago, and stuff like that. So perfect. Just as easy as that, we managed to format our date. And you can format it in many, many different ways. So check out the library, and it's, yeah. I think we will need it for one more thing, but for now it's good. So the last thing that we want to do to add in this view of items is the 3 dots icon at the end. And I already copied it. I prepared it for you. So just check it out like this. And also don't forget to import it. So we say import, we material community icons from Expo / vector icons. And you can find a lot of, let's Expo vector icons, a lot of different icons in here. You can go here, just look for 3 dots or 3, and here you can see right away dots. Select the icon that you want to use, click on it, click the copy, basically the import at the top, and then here you can copy how you want to use that. So basically it's this part. Yep, so Jason does not have, did I make, so if we do it this way, we are saying that we are importing only the material community icons. In theory, you could do it this way, but then you need to, at the end here, add material community icons like this. Not sure what's better. I usually prefer keeping it this way, because now you can say, okay, so I want to use also an typo, and I want to use different icon from font awesome, but so you don't need to re-add one by one of like all of them. So yeah, this keeps it probably a bit cleaner. So if we save it, we can see that 3 dots also appeared in here. So we're right, moving towards the right direction, I would say. Okay, perfect. So now one more issue is that the text, the title is not really styled nicely. So we can see that it should be way bigger, it should be bolder, and a lot of different changes basically. So first of all, let's add the font size, because I mentioned it needs to be way bigger. 17 should be good enough. And I also mentioned that it needs to be way bolder. So we can simply call font weight and bold. And you can select here like numbers as well. So 600 or 900 if you need very, very bold. But for me, bold is good enough. And also, don't get discouraged if you don't know these styles. Like thinking, okay, but how do you know what to call, like how to style it? This comes with time. It's, yeah, like you will learn, reuse them, a lot of them very, very often, and you'll remember it. At first, it might be overwhelming, but it's not for a very long time. If you'll keep following the tutorials, doing them together, or like you'll remember. For now, you can just Google like how to change font in React Native, and you'll see, like use ChatGPT, it will right away show you how to make it bolder, how to align things like side by side, which I will show you very soon. So don't get discouraged. I started it as well, not knowing the styles, but it just, with time, clicked and you start remembering it. Okay, so we have this icon, this text styled nicely, but we can see that in our designs, it should be side by side, but now we're displaying the image under the title. Well, if you remember, we already did it. To fix it again, simply wrap our image and the title, not basically the elements that we want to display side by side, inside their own view. And in here, we will say that we want to make them in flex direction row. So if we save them, we can see that they are in a row, but new issue appears. And the issue is that they're not really, the image is pushed out because the title is so long. To fix this issue, we can add flex shrink 1, but it also, yes. So am I doing, yes. Okay, so yes, it's not gonna solve it right away, everything, and it's because, well, first of all, we also need to, let me check the designs. So here we will have them, okay. Oh, so we need to have, okay, so it's actually not, I'm not doing it entirely correct, because here I can see that this image, like up top here, also needs to be aligned together with this one. So it not like, because now if we go to our code, you can see that this image is at the top and here we have some space. So it's not really aligned here, like completely with both of these elements. So the structure, because of that, also changes. So I'll show you the flex shrink a little bit later, but for now, let's fix this issue because it's going to be also important with this flex shrink. So now we say, okay, so this one also needs to be aligned together, but now we are displaying basically this image of notjust, the title, and the last image, all of them in one row, which is not correct. What we want to do is we want to keep the notjust image and expo one under each other, basically, but we want to align the image of the whole article on the right, both of aligned in one line with both of these, like the notjust image and the title. So in order to achieve that, we're like, instead of basically saying it, because if you remember, I said they will this flex direction inside the view align all of these elements inside the row. What we will do is we will create a new view and wrap it inside the image and the text. If we save it, we can right away see that this issue was resolved. And why is that happening? Well, it's because this view thinks that this is one element because we wrapped it inside its own view. And because it thinks that this thing is one element, it aligns only this and image in the row, basically. Everything that's inside here, if we would add here again flex direction row, these two would be also aligned in a row. But now we do not need that. This is what we want to achieve. Okay, so now that we have this these elements in a row, we can fix the issue where the long text is pushing out our image. And to do that, we'll need to add some styling to the view that's wrapping the notjust image and the title. So let's open again some styles. The first thing that we will do is, we'll call flex shrink 1. If we save it, it's right away fixing the issue that we talked about. And what flex shrink does, it says that if like we're pushing out some of the components out, shrink accordingly. Do not take up the full space. So, but there it still doesn't look exactly like correct and the way we need, because some of the text is like almost glued to the image. And to fix this, we will add some margin on the right. So we'll say margin right, and let's say 15. So now it added here a little margin, and to showcase that better, like we can have this background red. So if I didn't have this margin right, it will be glued. But now that I added it, we are adding some margin, and the text will never be glued to the image. And lastly, what I want to do here is I want to add some gap of 5, let's say, between these two elements, between the icon and the title. Perfect. I think we're getting there slowly but surely. Now we can still see that like it doesn't look very nice because the spacing around is horrible, let's say, to say the least. So we'll be adding some more styles on the whole view, basically here. And to add those styles, we will call again style. And in here we can pass them. So the first thing that we will do is we will change the background color to white, because these components need to be white and the background is grayish kind of. Then we can see that the borders need to be a little bit rounded. So for that we will add border radius. Let's say, actually you don't see that yet, so maybe let's try to do a different thing. Let's try to add some padding. So if we add padding of 10, we can see that, okay, it basically created some more space around all of the elements. So that's already very good. We also want to add some gap between this element and between this element. So we can say add a gap of, let's say, 10. So now it added a gap between the bottom row, which is 8 days ago, and the icon, and this whole part. So if you can test it by adding, let's say, 50, and you can see how huge of a gap that is. But we'll use only 10 in this case. Okay, so let's see what else do we need. So now I think we also, should we add it here? Okay, so we will add it, not only the padding, but for now here we will also add margin. Not horizontal, but margin of 10, so that you could see easier like each of the elements separated. And now we can add the border radius because it's gonna be visible. So border radius, which means that round the corners a little bit. And for that, let's say like, so not 110. Okay, that's very good. Also, one thing that I'm noticing, and I'm always skipping, but it really bugs me, is you can see that the image is actually cut off. And it's because the image is bigger than the height and width that we provided. So in order to solve this, what we can do is we can pass another property called resize mode and explain to the image what it needs to do if it's bigger or if it doesn't fit. So in this case, we will say that just contain everything inside the box that we provide to you. And you can see that it made it a bit smaller. But there is different properties, like you could repeat it, but now it's not going to be as visible. But yeah, you can play around with it and try to see what's better for you. But for us, we need contain, which is basically making the image fit inside the box that we provided. Now it looks right away a lot better. Okay, so now what else? Like the background, okay, is good. Border radius we added. I think the padding is more or less nice. Yeah, I think it's good. And yeah, I think that's more or less what we want to have, at least for now. Maybe later we'll improve some styles. Perfect. So now that we fixed and created this design, we can go and see what's next for our tutorial. And it was actually the last part of this lesson. So let's go back to the task board. And inside the task board, we will continue with type safe components. But before starting that, let me check out how are you guys doing, and let me take a breather, drink some water. So Oh, I see Vadim is typing from Rome. Go, Lucas. Thank you very much. Hopefully you're also doing nice. People here are missing you, so but don't worry, guys. Vadim will come for sure. Happy coding, everyone. Oh, Jordan, that was very nice. Hopefully you are also coding today, and yeah, it's a chill evening with lots of for me at least it's an evening. So yeah, Lucas for president. Thank you, Daniel. So okay, I see your guys doing good. Everything is nice, so I think we can continue. Okay, so the next thing that we will do is we will learn a little bit more about TypeScript, and you can right away see here some TypeScript issues. One of them is that here we are getting an issue of saying that news article has a type of any, and it's very bad because the component doesn't know what to expect, like what kind of data. So if you pass something bad here and it's not gonna match our structure of basically having title, image, created at, it's gonna crash. So this error is basically preventing that before it happens. Even if you go to the index here, well, later on you'll see here that actually no, let's start actually only with this one. It's gonna be a bit easier. So yeah, it's saying that it doesn't know what to expect. So to solve this, and here you can read a little bit more about what is the TypeScript and why we use it. I think it's yeah, I tried to write a bit more about it, but yeah, well, I'll try to also talk about it during the coding session. But TypeScript, and why do we mostly use it, is to help us detect the errors clearly and beforehand, basically before releasing everything to production. So basically what we're saying, if the component expects to get a string but it gets a number, we need to know right away, okay, something is bad. And this is how TypeScript will say to us, like with this squiggly line, that we're not receiving the type that we actually need. Another thing that it does is, for example, if you have here news article imag, it will not show you right now anything. Like you will think, okay, so everything is fine, everything is cool. But if you would have here the TypeScript setup and types defined, it will show you that here is an issue. I don't know what you're talking about. What is imag? It needs to be the image. So let's quickly resolve this issue, and I will also show you a little bit of these errors that happen without TypeScript. But yeah, so first things first, what we need to do inside the source of our project, right click and click new folder. In here, let's say the folder will be called types. In this project, we will have only one type, so we can also say that we call it types.ts. But if you have a huge project with different types, you would, let's say, create here new folder and have here post, and then in here you would have post types, and you could have like, I'm not like a lot of different post authentication types and stuff like that. But for us, it's a small project, so we can simply have one type, and you can even go to the Notion guide that I provided to you and copy all of these types and paste them in. Now I will of course explain you what they do and how we use them, but yeah, you can copy it. So in here, what we do is we define, let's say, the main type of our application, which is news type. And we're saying that this news object, which is basically in here, or we will have it later in here, this news type has to have a string. It's a mandatory. It has to have a title. It has to have a body, image, and it needs to be a string. All of these things need to be a string and created at. Now it also has an author. So if you go to all news, you can see that yes, it does have an author, and the author needs to be the type that we defined again here. So basically we're saying that author type has an ID and name. So if we go to all news, we can see that yes, it has only the ID and the name. And you write all of these yourself here. Then we can also go to the types and see that it has a type of publisher. We did not touch that yet, but we will soon. The publisher is also has its own type defined. So it has an ID of string and name of string. So if we go to all news, we can see that publisher indeed has an ID of name, ID of string, and name of string. So basically, this is how we define the types. Like, we will also be displaying magazines, so these magazines have a little bit of a different structure, so that's why it has their own type, and we will like talk about them a bit later. Yeah, but so for example, there might be cases where the image can be null. In this case, we are requiring the image to be present. But let's say if this all news had this image as null, basically not required, instead in this types we would define that image can be a string or it can be a null value. And that if the component receives an image with a null, that it's okay, do not worry about it, I know how to handle it, I will handle it. In our case, it needs to be, it's required, so we will keep it that way, and we'll go back here and change it. So that's how you define the types very easily. So, okay, now you define all of these types here, but the question is, how do we use those types? How do we assign these types to our components? Because now we define all of them here, but it's still, we're seeing here an issue. Well, to do that, we need to, first of all, at the top of here, create a new type, saying something like, what I like to do is copy this name and simply add here at the end props. So we will be following a very similar structure, saying that news list item props, and what it needs to, like what it expects as properties. Well, in our case, it expects to get news article. So we will paste it. And this news article, we need to show them which type of this news article needs to be. So we can import it here, and we will say news, and here it's right away suggesting from types. So if we import, we say that it needs to be of type news. So now this news article expects to have all of these fields as we define here. If it's missing at least one field, it's going to complain. So now how do we apply? Because we still see here red, and it's actually pretty easy. You simply do here double dot, and then you say it needs to use news list item prop. So if we save it, we can see that the issue disappeared. And that's very good, because now if we hover on this type, actually to showcase you the previous error that I was talking about. So if I remove here the imag, it right away says that property imag does not exist on type news. And it also suggests us, because it has a very similar name, it suggests us saying, did you mean image? And actually, yes, we did mean image. So it fixes it right away. And another cool thing is that if we are writing, let's say news article, and press dot, it right away gives us some of the values that we defined the type. So it knows exactly what values it has, and we can simply choose here, okay, in this case, we need an image. So let's save it. And for example, if we go inside here in index, as I wanted to show you, and in here I pass something like string, let's say hello, it should be a string, it right away complains to us, saying that type string is not assignable to type news, meaning that you shouldn't pass a string. It expects a news article, and here it also says which is declared here on and basically news list item props, which is saying that it expects to get this news property, or and you can add multiple here, and we will do that in half an hour or something. So yeah, it also helps you right away to catch issues here. And also if you have all news, let's say 0 here, and if you go here and let's make it null, and we go back here, we also right away see an issue that because in here in the types, we said that the image is required, it has to be, but for some reason, it does not have an image. So something is not correct. But if we would go here to the types and say that it can be null, we save it, we go back here, we see, oh, okay, you say it can be null, that means you need to know yourself how to handle. But if we go to a news list item, we hover on it here and it says to us that image can be null, but you are saying that it will be here. Basically, if it's gonna be null, I will not know what to render. So basically, I cannot render null. So to solve that, one thing that we could do is saying that render image or provide, let's say, URL link to something. So you would have here a separate link, separate image that you provide if the image is null. Or another thing that you could do is saying that render this image only if news.image is present. So only then render me this image below. And the error also disappears because now we're saying we know how to handle it, just everything is good, trust me. So yeah, but for us it's gonna be required, so I will go back in here, in types I will remove this null, and lastly in all news I will add back the URL. So this is like a very let's say basic explanation of what TypeScript is and how it helps. By starting to write these small types, you will with time learn that, okay, like how do I do more complex types, and that types can reference themselves, and a lot more. But this is a very, very good starting ground as well to start practicing with different types. And you will see sometimes issues, and when you see an error, you will be trying to resolve it, and that's how you will learn it with time. We will get into one TypeScript issue which is a little bit more advanced by the end of the tutorial, and I will show you how to resolve these kind of type issues as well within arrays. So yeah, now that we have this done, we can go back to our Notion guide, and here I explain a little bit more of everything, and then I provide you with the latest code. But yeah, that's done with the types. So of course, as I mentioned, I will cover it a bit more down the future because we will face some issues with it. So now finally we can get into the issue that we talked for a long time ago. Why are we displaying one by one all of these components? It's not efficient. If you want to add more, like you need to do them one by one. How can we resolve this? And well, a very, very easy way of doing that is using a thing called FlatList. So to use the FlatList, it's actually very easy, and in the documentation here I explain how to use it, but I will also show you. So if we import from React Native FlatList, we can remove now all of these. So we can also remove, well, let's leave it. We can import this FlatList here, but we see that it's complaining about something. And it's complaining that it's missing two required types. One of them, and don't worry if you don't know how to read these right away, they might be a little bit confusing as well sometimes, but yeah, there you can usually copy them and ask ChatGPT what does it say, and you will get a very good answer of what you need to change, what you need to fix. But for us, it's because FlatList requires two properties. One of them is data. So data that we want to render. And in our case, it's all news, the thing that we always reference. So we want to render all of the news from here, like basically the whole array of items. Okay, but it's still complaining. Well, it is because now FlatList doesn't know how to render it. Here we had it displayed, but for now, like we don't say anything to it, like it doesn't know simply. So in order to explain, to the flat list how to render every item, we will say, we will pass a property called render item. And in here, you could simply say, render it as text. But now if I say here hello, it will render a lot of hellos. But how do we know, how do we take the object from here and pass its values? Well, first of all, let's close this. Maybe it will be easier. Well, to do that, it's actually pretty easy. In here, we can destructure and take the item. So what it does now, it gives us an item that we're passing through right now. So for example, FlatList, how it renders, it takes the first item and it passes it to us in those parentheses. Then it goes to render the second one and it passes this object in here. So now we can say, okay, then render the item and the title of the item. And now we can see that all of the titles, of course, it doesn't look very good, but you probably are already guessing how to solve this issue. And it's actually very easy. Instead of, like we had before, all of these separate news list items in this component, we can pass to the news list to the flat list that it needs to render a news list item for every item basically that you pass through. We can also see that it's complaining to us and it's saying that news article is missing, but we defined it as required there. So what we will do is we'll pass the property as talk news article, and we will simply pass this item, which is basically one of these, the one that we are currently passing through, as an item. So now if we save it, we can see right away all of them appearing very nicely, and they're even scrollable right away. Just as easy as that, we were able to display a full list. So if you, even in the future, if you would add here more data, you would not need to do any adjustments. It would work just fine like that. Okay, so now, yeah, here I have some more explanations why I would not do like this, because as I showed, it simply renders the same data, the same items. But from the designs here, we can see that a simple flat list is not going to work for us, because every item basically inside our array changes. So the top stories will have one of the items big, and then the next ones will be this little new list item that we worked on. The trending stories will have a different design. And then we have also for you section. So all of these items are basically displayed in sections. So to achieve that, instead of using a flat list, we can very nicely change it to a section list. And if we change it to a section list, of course, we need to change it here to a section list. It's still going to complain a little bit to us. And if we save it, yeah, the error here is, let's say, not the best, but section list expects a few more parameters. So let's actually fix it and make it a little bit nicer. You can click also Option Shift F, or on Windows, I'm not sure what to fix the indentation. So now that we have data and render item, what we need to pass here is we also need to pass a function called render. I think it's something like section header. Yes, render section header. And in here we will also need to explain how to render header, not only the item, but the header itself, like we have in here. So for now, let's simply say header like this. Okay, that's good. So now we also see, we still see this issue, and you might be wondering why. Well, it's because section list expects the data to be present in a bit of a different way. So if I do here, and if I go to the section list, you can see in here that section list expects to have objects with the title and the data as an array. So we need to add the title in our array of data, and that's how yeah, it expects the data instead of how we had before with the all news, which is simply an array of objects. Like an object is what we showcase. So instead of this, what we will use is home news list. In here, we have the data structured like we want, which is basically we have this huge object. This one object will have a title, which the first one is top stories, and only then we pass the data, and this data has those news article objects that we want to display. So in this case, we will have 3 of top stories, then 3 of trending, and a few of for you. So if we go to index, what we want to do is instead of importing this all news, we need to import the section list, which is called home news. And we will import it from assets/data/home news. And we will pass it here as home news. Now we can simply remove this and let's save it. And for what does it complain about? Let's see. Okay, section list gave the property sections is missing. Property sections is missing. Okay. But we just passed you the sections, which is home news. Okay. Let's read a little bit more. In type data title string section is declared here. Am I missing something? No. If we go here, all new. No, not home news. Title. So if we go to this one, also it says title and data. News list. No, index. It is interesting. So let's. I probably am missing something very, very stupid and section list. Data home news from home news JSON. We are rendering the item. Okay. So now if we, let's say, this structure here, this section, and try to display the section dot actually we will need to title okay, let's take a drink. Okay, maybe it's here, it should be sections. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, so that was the issue. As I said, like it's a very, very dumb issue, and I'm pretty sure someone already 100% commented, but yes, in here also it's very clear that section list needs to be, instead of data, it needs to have sections. So yeah, I again, like even I, like when restructuring, having these small very dumb issues, so it happens. So now we can see that everything is sectioned very nicely. And actually, if we go back, it was even saying us pretty clearly that property sections is missing. So yeah, now we know. You live, you learn. So perfect. Now that we have everything displayed very, very well, I wouldn't say nicely because the titles still look quite horrible. And even if we scroll, we see that the titles are sticking to the top. So let's start by solving this sticky title issue. And to do that, we simply call sticky header hidden on scroll, I think, right? No, it's called sticky section headers enabled, and we will call it as false. So if we save it, now they are no longer sticking to the top. That's perfect. And another thing that I really don't like is this scrolling indicator on the side. So we can really easily hide it by saying shows vertical scroll indicator, and we also pass it false. So now it's no longer there. Amazing. We have basically section list. The only thing that right now is looking horrible is the headers. So I think it's time to fix them. The first thing that we will do is at the top here, I will create a new constants, basically variable. I will call it const titles, and then I will say top stories, and it will be name will be top stories. Then another constant will be, oh, no, it should be not capital. Then another one will be trending, and it will be called trending here. And lastly, it's going to be for you, which is going to be for you. Let's save it. And why we do this, like basically this way, is because these values will not change, and we will be able to reuse them very easily. So for example, if later on we want to change a name here, let's say for you, or something like designed for you, we can only come here, change here, and we'll be able to like basically apply the changes everywhere we use this constant. And it will also help us later on, you'll see how, but it's gonna be very handy. So it makes basically readability a bit better and also handling everything a lot easier. Okay, now that we have this one, we need to basically make some changes and adjust the titles according to the basically the section that we are rendering, right? So let's go to our render section header, and let's call here a new function. So I will call the function render header, or maybe even better would be render section header, because we want to be as clear as possible with the namings, right? And also in here, what we will pass is we will pass the section dot title. Basically, we're taking the title from the section that we're rendering right now and passing to this function. It's still in a squiggly line because we did not create this function yet. So let's go to the top of our component and create this new function with this name. Let's call it render section header, and we will create a new arrow function. As I said, we're expecting a title, and also, well, maybe I'll leave it like this to showcase you the error. So if we go here, we are seeing the squiggly line saying that title is declared, but its value never used. That's the first one, but we can solve it really fast, let's say by doing console.log title. Yes, but it still has another issue. It's saying that title has an any type, and it's never good. So we also need to define what kind of type does the basically the title should be. And we're saying that it shouldn't be an object, a number. It has to be a string, basically a string, yes, a sentence or something like that, letters. Okay, so now we got rid of that that error. And now we can get into the styling of these headers. If you want to skip this, I'm pretty sure I have it in the guide. So yeah, I explained this. Yes, so here you can basically just copy this function and chill, wait till I explain it. But if you want to follow along one like character by character, let's do it together. Okay, so now we will say here, if the title that we will get from here will be equal to the titles, let's call this one, So basically it will be equal to the titles dot top stories. So basically if the title is this, we're saying we will render, let's say for now, top stories, but later we'll add some fancy styles. Then we will say if title is equal to titles dot trending, then we will render actually, first of all, there's two issues here. One, I'm not returning. You can see that it's late in my country. And second, I'm returning a view, even though I should return a string. So let's do another thing, which is instead of view, not string. Whoa, it's text. And inside here, I will return a string, which is going to be top stories. In theory, you could simply call like display the title here as well, like because the title is top stories. Okay, so if the title is trending, we will return text, which is going to be trending. And lastly, if the title is, you could use a switch here if you want. I will show switch a little bit later. That's why I wanted to cover like more things of how you can handle. So I'm using if statements here, but I will show how to use a switch later on as well. So if titles for you, then we will be rendering the text, which will say for you. Okay, perfect. So now if we save it, and also we can see that it complains a little bit because it doesn't, and also again, I forgot the return here. Okay, so yeah, we can still see the error, and it's because it, like this function, what if the title is not top stories, not trending, not for you? What if it's something different? Well, in that case, we will simply return null, not navigator, null, which is null means nothing. Now it stopped complaining. So if we save it, we can see that the titles are working nicely. So now, in order not to waste too much time on styling these text components, and they're nothing really too fancy, we can simply copy them. So if we go here, I can copy this whole view, go back here, and paste it. So now if I save it, we can see that top stories looks very nicely displayed at the top in red kind of ish. Then I can copy this, return here. So let's paste it again, save it, trending stories now also nicely displayed. And lastly, for you, we will do it this way. So you can see that for you is also displayed very nicely at the top of for you. So now that we have our render section header function ready, we still have some more things to fix. Well, first of all is we want to display, and now I'm thinking like maybe, okay, let's take a short break. I need some water because, and before that, actually, I'm gonna check out your comments, guys. Give me a second. Okay, here. Okay. Okay, music forever. Yes, exactly. That's the problem. Not sure how long you had this in reply, but you told me to use section instead of data, and yeah, not data as use section. But yeah, thank you. Okay, Chariot, Lucas, let's go, champ. Thank you very much. Hopefully you're having a nice evening, and yeah, you'll have a nice also weekend. Hello, Lucas. Great to see you, Franz. Franz, great to see you too. I'm very excited for you to be here. Hopefully you're enjoying your day and enjoy the weekend as well. Yasir, instead of null, shouldn't we return a fragment? Yes, you could do that as well. Like it depends really. So yeah, that's also good way of doing it. Music forever, I really enjoyed. Thank you very much. And you're actually very active. I am happy to see you. Probably if I would have read your comment sooner, we would have spent less time on this little small issue. But yeah, as I said, it happens. You get tired, and you don't notice these small details, small things. Okay, I see we're doing pretty good. Now let me take like 1 minute break. I need some water very badly, and then we'll come back and we can continue working. Okay, stay tuned. Okay, I'm back, full of water. Let's continue. Well, let's drink first some. Okay, so let's check out our guide. What needs to be done next? And yes, we did that. Okay, yes. So now we will need to display different components for different views. As you can see here, like trending should look like this, for you should look like this, but top stories needs to have one item different. So in order to achieve that, we will change a little bit our structure basically of components folder, and create few more components as well. So first of all, let's create a list items directory inside components. So if you go here under the components, new folder, list items, perfect. And inside here, well, first of all, we can right away move our news list item, and let's move it, and let's update all the imports. Make sure to do that. Okay, then if we go back, we need to see what else should we import. So should we create at this point, right? So first of all, it's going to be main news card, which is going to be this card here, basically the main most important story of the day. Okay, let's go into the list items and new file, and I think it's called main news card.tsx. Perfect. So another thing is that the trending items should also look different. So let's create another file called trending list item.tsx. Perfect. Amazing. So now I know right away that we will be repeating a lot of the same things, and mostly it's going to be this here. So once you start developing, you start noticing these small things. So for example, here, and also you don't see it, but here the bottom part is exactly the same, like nothing changes at all. So in order to change that, what we will do, in order to make it cleaner, not change it, let's say, we will create one more component and we will call it news list item footer.tsx. Perfect. So now we kind of need to implement all of these components. And now I'm thinking, like, should we work on them one by one? Should I show you how I style it? Or should we save some time here and just copy from the Notion guide and go into the meat? So if you guys can, just comment it real quickly. Do you want to see it fully created from scratch, or should we copy it and not waste much time on here, on styling? Let's see what you say. Emiliano, hello, greetings to all. Question for the instructor. Will you take the folder structure to an advanced structure? So the question says it initial, but is to continue learning more. So this one, I'm not sure if I will do. Of course, today we will not do it like more advanced. This is going to be a very beginner friendly to introduce like new people to React Native. But actually we worked last week, and you can find it on this channel, on Reddit tutorial, which has a very like a way more complex structure with authenticated routes. So I think if you're a beginner, you should probably follow this tutorial first, and then a very logical next step would be to go to that Reddit tutorial, because there we also handle authentication, again, protected routes. We have way more screens, and yeah, it's let's say a step farther. And yeah, I think maybe if there is enough people wanting, we can also work on this and expand it to be a bigger project, let's say, to have a way more complex structure and all. So yeah, okay. I see that people are wanting to create these from scratch. Okay, that's totally fine with me. If you're up for that, let's do it. So probably let's start with the main news card, which is going to be this one at the top here. Okay, so if we go here, we should go straight to our main news card.tsx, and let's create right away a function saying export default function, and then let's give it a name, main news card, and then let's return. And in here we can have it as yeah, let's wrap everything in a view, make sure it's important from React Native, and also in a text, let's say hello for now. And also let's not forget to import the text. So now, in order to see better how it's gonna look while we are changing, I will go to our index home screen basically, and instead of importing this news list item, let's import this main news card. Again, make sure it's important from components, list items, main news card. And then I will save it. And now it's going to be a little bit easier for us to work and see like design changes and all. First of all, right away, we have issues, let's solve them. TypeScript issues. So if we go here at the top, we can create type, and again, main news card props. We say, no, this should be like this. And then inside here, we will say that it should expect what? It should expect news article. So we say news article, and news article should be of type news that we created in our types. So now if we save it, we also need to destructure here and take out the news article that we're passing and tell that this news article should be as main news card props. If we save it, go to index, nothing is complaining. We have a safely typed component and we can continue styling it. So let me open real quick the design of how it should look like. Where is it? I think, yeah. I think it should be here. Perfect. No, not this one. I need the main news card, the big one. I think it's here. Okay, so now the first thing that we will do is check out the design with you. So we can see that the image should be at the top, and it's the biggest thing. So right away, I'm always like writing the code and styling from top to bottom. So let's import this image, and we already saw how to work with images. So let's say, okay, we didn't import it, so let's make sure it's from React Native. And now the source of it is going to be a URI, and it's going to be coming from news article, and how nicely TypeScript already shows us image. Perfect. If we save it, if you remember, it's not gonna show up until you pass in some styles. And as I can see, this image is it's pretty big one, and it should be actually very wide. It's actually taking up all of the space that you give to it. So in that case, we can say simply width should be 100%. So basically take up all of the space like that you have on the sides. And then instead of passing the height, we will pass the aspect ratio, which is going to be 4 divided by 3. And we can see all of these images nicely displayed here. Okay, perfect. We have an image. Now I see right away that we have the smaller image of basically a publisher and the title underneath. So it's very logical to continue working on these things. So let's go back. Let's import another image. The source of it is going to be now the require, because if you remember, this image is in our assets. It's not a URI. It's a image imported. So we will do it like this, assets dot, and I think it's called black logo dot png. Yes, it is here, but it's very big. So what we need to do is we need to pass some more styles. And in this one, we will provide the same styles as in the previous list component. I think is the same. Actually, this one is a bit bigger. So let's make it width of 60 and then height of 20. So yeah, again, when you're developing this kind of like, you're playing around, you're saying, okay, like probably if sometimes the designer provides you the exact pixels, so then it's easy. But if you don't have them, for example, if you're working in a startup where everything is moving a lot faster, and that means the developer needs to take up a lot more responsibilities and also sometimes be like a designer. So then you would play around. Okay, maybe this should be 30 and maybe this should be 20. Like, yeah, you're just playing around with it. Okay, so that's that. But of course, we need to like have a little bit of margin on the bottom. Maybe we can also have the resize mode of contain, so that we have everything inside. And also, yeah, I want to add some margin on the bottom, because we will have there a title, but even now it's like way too close. So let's say something like 5 to give some space to breathe to it, right? Okay, we have this image. Now we can work on the title, which is next. So we are opening expression saying news article dot title, saving it. Perfect. We're displaying it. Of course, the designs, no titles right away, you see, fixing how nicely TypeScript is working. So now inside the text, we need to definitely provide different styles. The first thing that I see is that the font size needs to be way bigger, something like 20. The font weight is also, I think the bold is going to be enough. You can play around with the numbers, but bold should be good here. What's next? It definitely needs some margin on the bottom, but before that, we can display that footer. So if we go to our news list item, we would copy this whole part, and let's copy it and display it here. Yeah, like we need to import the material community item, icons, and the format date. But I will quickly, yeah, let's do this. Let's save it. And we see that it works. But when you're noticing and catching yourself copying a lot of things often, it means something is bad, because we would need to copy this one, as I told you, because like I'm right away spotting that they are reusing the same thing. But yeah, if you catch yourself copying in a lot of places, let's say menus card, news list item, training list item, that means it's something is bad. Like you can definitely make it better, because this Lego piece, as I like to say, you could reuse it in a lot of places. It's a very common Lego piece, common. That's when I start thinking, okay, maybe it makes sense to separate it into a different component to clean it up and to easier reuse it. So let's do just that. Let's create this new list item footer, and let's say export default function news list item footer, and yes, like this, and then we will return. And we already know what we will return, because as I like we saw we are repeating this part. Yeah, no, here we're repeating this part, so we can copy it, go to here, and inside the news list item, the newly created component, simply paste it. Of course, right now we have a lot of red squiggly lines, but first of all, we remember that these are very easy to fix. It's because even if you hover, it says, okay, it complains about the types, but we know that it's because we don't have them imported. It just doesn't know what to use. What is it? So also the same comes for the format. Let's see if it actually suggests us even to import it right away. And lastly, it's not going to suggest us to import here. It doesn't understand. So for the material community items, we will need to do it manually. So let's do import from, and then it's from Expo. Guys, also, if you're asking any questions, I see right now no, but I always have my chat hidden. I don't have like too much space. Probably I need third monitor to have it on the screen at all times, but I will be stopping from time to time to check out if you have any questions. So feel free. And even if I skip it by an accident, because probably I did, as I said, just comment down after this video goes live and it's uploaded onto the channel. Not goes live, but when it's after the stream, when it's uploaded. Okay, so let's import it from material community icons, vector icons, and now it's almost good. Now the problem is that it expects to get a news article, and then from news article create an and author name. In this case, it doesn't really make sense for us to pass the whole news article object, because it only in theory expects the author name and the date when it was created. So in this case, it would be way better for us to pass something like published date, and also, how did I name it in the example to make it easier for people who follow? Yeah, published date, and also we will pass author. So in this case, we can reuse this instead of having this like whole object passing. Imagine if this object is very huge. So in that case, it's already like not necessary to pass so much data to such a simple component. And then also we will pass the author. Even here, you could, in theory, pass just the author name. It would be even better, but like this, and then you would use author name in here. But now that I did in the example pass the author object, let's leave it like this. So now that we implemented this component, we can actually go to news list item, and instead of having this whole thing here, we can remove it and import our newly created component, which is called news list item footer. So now if we add this Lego piece in here, it will complain about not missing published date and author. So what we would do, if we can go back here and said, okay, it's expecting published date. So if we go back to, let's close this, it's going to be easier for you to see. This one also not needed, and this one for now, yeah. So in here it says, like in the news list item footer that we created, that we're working on right now, it's expecting published date. Okay, so from news list item, we need to pass published date. and the published date is going to be news article dot created at. So instead of passing this whole object, we're passing just created at string, which is named published date. It's also expecting an author. An author is going to be news article dot author. If you improved it even more and called here author name, you would do it like this, to just pass the string of the name. But yeah, we will do it like this because in Notion I did it as an example. So now if we go to newslist item, we can still see that it's complaining that TypeScript was complaining because the published date and author has a type of any. Well, that means once again, we need to solve this issue. So we copy newslist item footer, props, and we say that it should expect, well, we can copy, it should expect published date, which is going to be a simple string, and it also should expect an author. But an author is not a simple string. It's, in our case, an author type, which we actually created in our types.tsx. You can see here, it has a full type created just for the author. So we will do this, import it from types. And we also now need to apply this type to our properties. So if we do this, if we save it, everything is working perfectly. And we can even see here that if nothing changed, nothing messed up. So if we do this, something did mess up. What is wrong here? Let's reload it. Yeah, we just needed to reload it. Nothing messed up. Everything is here like it should be. Amazing. So if we go back to the main news card and save it, no, it's wrong name, like this, main news card, and save it. Now we can use this newly created footer component and import it here. So we would do import news list item footer that we just created, and you can see that it's importing like a relative path here, but it's okay. In theory, you could do it like this, and then have components and news list item footer as well. So it depends. Let's remove these because we will no longer need them. And now, instead of copying that whole list of like code, and imagine it can be even bigger, the footer component, we can simply paste this news list item and pass two properties. One of them is published date, which is news article dot created at, and the other one is author, which is news article dot author. If we save it, it appeared here. We no longer need to do any extra styling. Everything is ready for us, and we'll be able to reuse this even in the trending list item later on. But now let's fix these issues here. Okay, so now that we have our new component, let's see what else needs to be fixed. Well, we can see right away that we need some styles around the cards. So let's pass them to the main component, basically container, not component. First of all, the background color should be white. Let's save it. You can see a slight change. It made it white. But now you'll see the change even more because we will add some margin. Let's say bottom. And how, so let's say 15. So we are making small, let's say small spacing between all of these items. Okay, and we also probably want, actually I'm thinking maybe we need the whole, like first of all, we will definitely need some padding in here, but the image also needs to have some spaces here. And actually the whole component needs some spacing here. So we can right away, like we have two choices. One of them is adding margin to the whole like card, to every card here would be something like margin 10. So something like this. Another and a better way, because you actually need it all the time, you even need it for your headers, would be to go to the index here and no longer have this margin top. Actually, we still need it. Later we will remove it, but add it here. And here we can add, let's say, something like margin 15. So now if we go to main use card, we can remove this margin, and we can right away see that it's way better to do it this way, because we needed margin here. Otherwise you would have to go to each of the headers and add some margin on the side. Then you would need to do it, add the margin to this card, and then you would need to do it for this trending list item. And actually we did it here. We added some margin, but just because I wanted to showcase you how it looks like. Later we will remove it, but for now, okay, I created a swap, but it was created because, yeah, here, we don't really need it. Just make sure that we're removing correct one. Yes. So yeah, we can have it like this. Now this still needs some extra changes, and one of them is that borders should be rounded. So let's right away add this because it's very easy. Border radius, and let's do something like 10. But we did it only for the box, so only here. We can see that the image doesn't have any border radius. But the problem, if we look at our design, is that image should only have the border radius on the left and right part. Here, it should be with no rounded corners. To achieve that, we can go find the image that we're talking about, which is this one. And inside the styles, we pass some more styles, which is going to be border radius border top left radius. If we add here 10, you can see that here it added it. And if we add border radius top right, also 10, we can see that it added it here as well, but it did not add it here. If we would have just passed border radius, it rounds all of the corners, but we only needed the top ones. Okay, so that's that. Now we can right away see, okay, these styles are getting quite out of hand. Like this is a very long style. This is a very long style. And there is a way to make things a lot cleaner, and it is to use a style sheet. So what we can do is we can import a style sheet from React Native, go here and say const styles equals style sheet dot create, and we will say, okay, we will create a style for our image. This is a name. You can call it image styles, image, or anything. Like you can even call it like this if you want it. I'm just making very clear that this style will be applied to the image. And actually now it's not that clear, but because we have two images. So I would even say main image, something like this, or card image. And now instead of passing all of these styles in line here, we can copy them, cut them with Command X, and then go here and paste all of them. We can clean it up here to make them aligned nicely. And now instead of creating those styles here in line, we can simply say styles, which we're referencing this, and we're saying use the main image styles. So now if I save, you see that nothing changed. Like it remained the same. But here I can like make any changes I want. And what changes? Let's change the aspect ratio. So now I can add the styles here and they will be applied right away here. And this makes it a lot cleaner. So for example, I can also create another style like container, and I will add here all the container styles. So copy this one, remove these, like say styles.container, pass the container styles here and save it. Amazing, nothing changes. That means you can even check if it actually applies styles. It does apply. So my rule of thumb of thinking, okay, should I remove them into a separate like style sheet or should I write them in line, is usually my thought process is that like if I only add something like 2 or 3 styles, let's say 2 here, I will keep them in line. Like it's okay. Because for example, if it only has font size, creating this whole boilerplate just for one style just doesn't make any sense. So we will try to think about it that way. Also, another very good use case when you should create here a style, if one, let's say, if there is like at least two components that are using exactly the same style. So if I had another image like this that would have exactly the same styles, I would just create it in here and pass it like this to both of them, because otherwise, like, I'm repeating myself a lot. Perfect. I showcased you this. So now, what's now? We can see that it's still not looking very nice because the text is like glued to the borders, and we need some padding there. We need to definitely do some fixes here. So what we will do, because we need to add some padding to only, I'm thinking like, yeah, probably to all of these three. So in order to do them, let's wrap them inside their own view. We don't want to touch this image, but we want to add padding here. So what we would do here, simply create a new view, and inside here call padding 10. And now it added padding to all of these styles. So the last thing that I want to do is like not have this glued so much to the title. And for that, a very easy fix would be to simply add some margin on the bottom of the title, and something like big margin, I would say 25. And I think we are done with this component. If I missed something, we will come back, but I think this main card component is done. It's looking nice. With all of different cards are working with data properly. So now the last item that's left for us to create is the trending list item here. So again, you can go here, copy it, but we'll create it together from scratch, and it should look something like this. It shouldn't be white, it should be gray, it shouldn't have any photos, and it should have these 1, 2, 3, and so forth, and so yeah. So let's go back to our code, go to trending list item, and once again do the same. Export, default, function. There's some helpers in VS Code that will build all of this for you. And usually when I'm developing, I use them quite often, but for this tutorial, I want to show, like, repeat it as much as possible, because the best key in learning things is repetition. So that's why I highly suggest like finishing this project. This channel has, I don't know, like 200 or at least 100 definitely different tutorials, different level of expertise as well. Like you can find from very beginner to very advanced. So we also usually try to like in at least in the title to highlight if this tutorial is suited for beginners or more for like, if it's advanced, we usually maybe don't put anything, but yeah, like if it's for beginners, we state it very clearly. Okay, so now that we have this training item, let's create it again from scratch. This is, you see how I do exactly when developing. I start with a boilerplate, save it, go to the main page. Now instead of rendering the main news card, we'll render trending list item, save it, and I see, okay, it's created correctly, it's referencing correct components. Now we can continue. So if we go to trending list item, we can right away see what, actually I need to open my design because I don't see, but you, if you have Notion open, you should see the design. Okay, here. So also I always keep the design that I'm trying to recreate on one screen or side by side. You could actually even put it here or like here, and then try to write code step by step and playing around. It's yeah, you can even think of your own styles and play around just on styling. So let's see what we need to do. The first thing that we need to display is the text. And actually we did not pass any props, so maybe let's fix that. We're passing props, but we're not receiving them. That's what I wanted to say. So if we go to training list item, we can destructure that prop, but now it's gonna complain about the type. So we go here, we say the type of trending list item props is going to be, well, we will expect a news article, which we can copy again. And the news article is going to be of type news from types. And we will also, actually, we'll come back there a little bit later. Yes, we'll come back there later. So yeah, now we apply these. Here we no longer see the issues, and here we also have news article. So the first thing that we will display is going to be the news article dot title. Okay, if we save it, we see that the titles are being displayed correctly. That means we can move forward and see, actually, not the text is not the first thing that we should display. It's the image. So if someone caught it, probably they imported the image first. Okay, so image should be imported from React Native. Now the source is going to be, no, it's going to be from our project. So we do require, and then we say from assets slash data slash, no, we don't need the slash data. It's black logo.png. Perfect. Let's save it. Again, it's a very big one, but we'll solve it. So here it should be probably around the same size as we have for the news item, not for the main one, but for the news. So something like the width of 50 and the height of 20. Okay, and I'll also again resize, not method, resize mode will be contain. So if we save it, it's good, perfect. So now another thing that I want to right away fix is the title font. So font size will be, it's a bit smaller than the main card, so something like 18, okay? But it should also be bold. So font weight is bold. Okay, let's save it. Okay, we're going there. Another thing, again, we need this footer, which is here. And it's exactly the same. So what we will do, we will take that Lego piece that we just created, which is news list item footer, and we will pass this here. Of course, it expects some data. One of them is published date, which is, in our case, news article dot created at. And lastly, it expects an author, which is in news article dot author. If we save it, okay, perfect, it appeared there. So now we mostly have everything that we like from the data. Now it's what's left is to style it a bit. And actually, it's not exactly everything, because we still need this little bubble in here. So in order to do that, let's start working on it. And we will create a new view for it. And inside here, we will display a text. For now, let's do 1. We will always display a 1. And we can right away see that this one and all of this component should be side by side in a row. So what we will do, if we will call here, add new styles, flex direction, row, we save it. But now the problem is that everything is in a row. We already had this issue, how to solve it, make it wrap the things that shouldn't be in a row in another view, so that we only say that this basically and this, which is inside this view, should be in a row. So if we would add something here extra, it will be in a row. But if we add here inside, it's not gonna be in a row. It's gonna be it's gonna be like this, and this gonna be still in a row, but whatever we add here is gonna be under the 1. Okay, so now that we have this 1, we need to style the view around it to add that orange background and more things. So I have here somewhere saved the color of the orange that I will want to use, and you should have it inside the, you can see it here or have it inside the Notion guide. If I save it, okay, we can see that we already can see the color, but it's way too big. So the width of it should be bigger, actually, like something like 35, but the height is also should be smaller, so it's also 35. Now we can see that the border radius is not applied. So let's do it. Let's apply 20 to make it a full bubble. And what we also want, we want to align our items in the center. But as you can see, it only aligns them horizontally. Now, in order to apply, align it vertically, we need to pass justify content center. And now it's in the center. Now I'm noticing that these styles are very big. So right away, what I already talked about, we are gonna create a style sheet because it's already getting out of hand and it's difficult to read. So we'll say style sheet dot create, and inside here we will say bubble container, and we can copy everything from here. Let's see how long it is, and inside here say styles dot bubble container. If we save it, we did not add here, so the styles disappear. But if we add all of the styles in here and save it, now we have them back. Perfect. Now we still need to, of course, make some changes to the bubble number of, like which is rendered. So first things first, I can already see that the color needs to be changed to white ASAP. Another thing is that font should be way bolder, so we will pass font weight as bold. And lastly, we will probably make it bigger, so something like 18. I think that should be enough. So yeah, for now you can think about like maybe I should extract these styles, maybe you can leave them. I will extract because usually if it's more than 3 or 4, I usually extract them. Then bubble title, do this, paste all of this, make it look a bit cleaner, and let's save it. Okay, that's good. It's already getting there more or less, but what we need to do now for we need to add some styles for the view itself to finish it up actually. So what we will do is we will add another view. First of all, we will add quite a big gap between, actually, should we add it here? Now let me think, because it's gonna add it between these, but later on we will add more things. So let's see the styles. If we have it, okay. So my phone is dying. So what I want to do is I want to add gap between image, title, and this footer. So if we want to do that, what we are gonna do is we will wrap these two inside their own view, like the image and the title, because they should stay as one. But to this, now I can pass the gap of quite a big gap, and now we are keeping these together, but we're only passing the gap here, which is exactly what we want to achieve. Another thing that we want to solve here is everything here is way too close to each other, basically. So we will add some margin on the bottom. So let's do that. Margin, bottom, 20. So now we added some space between these, and we also can add gap of 15. So what it makes, makes space between this component, between this part and this part, because these are only two children's inside this view, so it adds a gap between them. And because they are aligned in a row, it adds them like the gap like this, not like this. Okay, it's getting there. So what else? To this view, we can see that it's getting out of the window. So what we will need to do is we will need to add flex 1, saying that take the whole screen basically that you have. So if I make the background color red, and remove this flex 1, you will see that it's going, let me save it. You will not see it actually because I add here the margin. But yeah, basically what this means, it's take up, like it tells that everything inside here should take up all of the space that's available and nothing more. So that's why it moved the text inside here. So yeah. What else do we need here? So I see that there is like a small line underneath. So let's add border bottom width, and it should be something like 0.5, and it added it here right away. But also we need to make it a bit less bright. So we'll say border bottom color, and it's going to be light gray. Let's save it. Okay, now it's almost non-visible. And lastly, let's add some padding on the bottom to have some space between the line and this component. So okay, this is getting out of hands. So let's say styles dot, and how can we name it? Something like text container. It's probably not a very good name, but I believe that you are better at names than I am, and you will think of a better one. So let's move them like this, save it, and I think this should be it. Do we need, like, let me quickly check if I'm missing something, but we could add here some gap between, like, between the image and the text, maybe around 5. I see like here a slight gap. It's not mandatory, but maybe it looks a bit better. I don't know. Okay, so now I think we have kind of this done as well. And let me check if we have any questions, because the next thing that we will get into is actually displaying them according to where they should belong. And now if we go back to news list item and save it, we can see that this is way too much space. And this is the issue that I told you about. It because of this margin. So if we remove it and save it, now it's almost almost good, but we are lacking some spacing on the bottom. So what we could do here is simply say margin on bottom only, and make it, I'm not sure, like 15. Yeah, probably 15 is gonna be good enough. So now it looks exactly like we want. Okay, let's see some comments, some water. Are you using CSS modules for styling? No, I'm actually, well, it's kind of, in a way, it's style sheet for React Native. And Vadim, also the other tutor on this channel, likes to use native wind. So if you're familiar with styling with Tailwind on the web, native wind will be like, I don't know, a thing for you probably. Oh, I will showcase it someday in the future as well, how to use it. But for now, I wanted to use as least as possible things from out of the box to make it very, very beginner friendly. Like if you are just starting out with React Native, I want you to start here. And yes, you do need some JavaScript, like very basic knowledge of what is variable. But other than that, I want you to at least get a grasp and just follow everything step by step, and it will start clicking. Actually, that's exactly how I learned coding with React Native. I was following project-based tutorials. I was simply copying everything that the tutor was showing. I was listening to what he was saying, and then I was trying to recreate it with a little bit differences, or maybe even have this same project but add something extra of my own. Add something like a new text somewhere. Like I was starting with such a basics, like, or style the text a little bit differently to look, let's say, even the background color red. So this is basically just follow it, then go to the next one, follow it, try to adjust some small things, and it will start clicking. I guarantee you, if you keep up doing that, you will learn. That's how I learned. That's how, pretty sure Vadim learned. I cannot quote him on that, but it's a way. It's definitely a good way. So, okay, now that we have all of these components of ours, what we can do, we can close them because we will no longer make any changes here. We can go back to our main index, and actually let's go to here to our Notion guide, And make sure Vintix is asking, is this a, yeah, like it's a beginner friendly. I just talked about it, but yes, you can definitely I think you asked it before, so you see I answered it before. But yeah, make sure to also check out the guide in the description below, step-by-step guide, and you will have this also some theory with examples, which is going to be a lot easier for you to follow, to read a bit more with some examples. And yeah, so let's continue. And now we can see that we are getting into rendering the components dynamically. So now if we go to our section list, we can see that in this render item, we're simply passing all the time the same component, same news list item component. But what we need to do in theory, and actually in practice as well, for different sections, display different components. So let's start making changes. First of all, let's remove this one. Open brackets. That means that we will not only return something, but we will add some more JavaScript here. So first of all, we will say, and actually I here showed how to use switch. So you can use either a switch or you can use if. I already showed how if works. So now I will show how switch works. So if we go back to our code and in here, inside the render item, start typing switch, which basically means kind of if, and actually not to render item. I mean, not section, but item. So if item, no. Okay, let's start over. What we will need to also, what this render item returns is two more things. Well, more, but what's important to us. One is going to be index, and I will show you later why it's important. And another thing that's very important for us is the section that we are working on right now. So if you go to assets, data, and home news, so it returns us this whole section basically, and we can access the title of this section. So the item is going to be this item that we are inside the data that we are rendering, but the section will return us this object. So basically we are able to access the title as well, because inside here we cannot access the title. So we say switch, and then we inside here say section dot title. So when the title changes, we will display return accordingly. So if now we display not display, but write basically what cases are there. So the first case is going to be when the titles is top story. So basically when this section title is top stories, which we define here at the top, which is like this. So when we are rendering top stories, we will be returning, and actually it should be double dots. We return, and for now, let's simply do news list item. And in here, we will pass, of course, the news article, which should be an item, not index, item that we're getting here. Okay, so here we're handling the first case, but there is another case, not caches. Another case is when the title that we are rendering right now is trending. So when it is trending, then we will return different thing. Then we need to return, not render, return, and it's going to be, how is it called? I think trending list item. And now we also pass to it news article and item. Lastly, when the case is titles dot for you, so when we're rendering this section title of, where is it at the bottom, for you, then we will say return, in this case, once again, news list item. Let's close it like this and say news article equals not index item. Okay, so now we still need to add one more thing. So what if our section title is neither of these? What if it's something completely different? Well, for that we need to provide a default case. And in this case, we will want to return a null. Well, it really depends on you what you want to return. But for me, I want to return nothing, like no component, nothing. If the title is different, that means something is bad. Do not return anything. And in that way, if we save it, we can see that this changed section. This remained the same, and this one also remained the same. Well, we have a little bit of tweaking to do, because in the top stories, if we go here, we can see that we want to return the first item as a main card, because that's basically the main story of today, and the rest should be like little stories, not as important. So to do that, inside the return, we can add another if statement, but it's inline if statement. So what we would say is, if the index equals to 0, so you also don't forget you have this in the Notion guide, and I explain it also. So if the index equals 0, which is saying that if it's the first list component, list object that I'm rendering, it's going to be as the main news card. And if it's not 0, if it's any other position, because index returns us the current position that we are rendering, so it starts from 0 and as many of you as you have, then we will return a news list item. So of course, for this one, we also need to, oh, here I forgot the question mark. So basically what it says that if the index equals, here we add the if statement, if the index equals 0, here we add the first condition, what happens then, and here we add else after the double dots. It's a handy way of writing. You could in theory write it like a full if statement. So you could do here like this and say if something, then you do here, return it, and then actually not like this. You would do it like this. Yeah, you get the point. You could do it like with if statements and then return them here like this, like was main news card and stuff like that. It works, but we want to have it cleaner, and because we can, we will showcase it like that. Of course, now we need to pass the news article as an item, and here we also need to pass news article as an item. Let's save it, and voila, we have the first item as we want. We have the rest items looking nicely. We have all of the sections displaying different components, and it's just as we want. I think we have it exactly as we want, except for one thing. You see that in trending stories, here we always display 1, but it should be 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. To do that, in the trending list item, what we can do is we can pass one more property called index. So basically we're saying this is the index that we are rendering now, right? That we are rendering right now. And we say index, but if we pass just the index, it will be 0. So let's do that. Go to trending list items. We also need to receive the index, but now it's complaining that like this type, the property does not exist in the types. So what we will need to do is we will need to also define the index as a number. And now it's okay. But now if we go here and instead of 1, display here an index and save it, we can see that it starts from the 0. And that's just because that's what programming is about. Like, yeah, I explained it a bit earlier. Why is it doing like that? So to simply solve it, what we can do is do index plus 1. So instead of starting from 0, now we're starting from 1. And now it's 1, 2, 3, and if you add more, it's gonna be more, and it's gonna look nice. So that's it. Our home screen is completely finally done. Here there's some more explanation what we are rendering, and here you can find the final code. If something is not working, copy it, paste it, and Actually, now that I'm looking at this final code, I saw one last piece of thing that we're missing. And if we go here, it's this little part on the top. And we can actually fix it very, very easily. So if we go to, if you want to display something in the list that will not always stay here, but it will also scroll together, but it should be as a header, SectionList and FlatList has a very nice property called list header component. And in here you can pass what do you want to render. So in our case, it's going to be view. So let's close this view. And for now, let's, as always, start with a text saying hello. And we can see here hello, and it's scrollable. Perfect. So now we can work on styling it. The first thing that we will do is add the icon that I have it prepared here. You can either find it inside the copy from mine or find it inside the Notion, but we need to import it. So what we will do here is we will import and design, and we will do it from, I already see the issue, don't worry guys, soon I'll solve it, vector icons. And I say import, not import. If I save it, okay, perfect, the Apple icon is there. We also need to add a text saying news. So let's add this text saying news. And now, again, very clearly, one issue, they should be side by side. So what we'll do is wrap them inside their own view and make them side by side by simply passing the style of flex direction row. Now if we save it, they're in a row, but they're not aligned in the same height. So to solve that, we say align all the items that you have inside in the center. If we save it, we see that it moved a little bit down. Now, of course, the news like really needs some styling text. The first thing that we will do is increase the font size, which is going to be 27 because it's quite a big one. And the font weight, I actually want it to be even bigger than the bold, so I will add 800. It's very bold. And then the last one that we want to display is the date. And to like we can display the date quite easily. Well, hopefully quite easily. But if we go to the top here, that's another way. You could use the date fs, but if you are simply need to display a date of today, you can use what JavaScript provides to you. And in the top, we would say const date equals new date. So now we're creating a new date object, and this date object will have a today's date. So if we console log and we say date, if we save it, in here you can see that it's today's basically date and the exact hour of today and minute and second. So also I see that we have a lot of console logs from this render section header, so just remove it. And now if we scroll here to very not very easily, but to easier display it, we can say, of course, open the JavaScript expression, say date dot to locale string. So that means it needs to be localized. We say localize, it should be default, and then we pass how we want to basically the format of it to be. So in order, like for this one, you can simply ask ChatGPT or Stack Overflow and how to format. And I'm not gonna say that I did it. I just Googled it because I forgot. I do not use this that often, so I forgot. I Googled it, and it shows you very nicely how to use it. So, and they should be numeric. If we save it, we can see that it's March 14th, which is actually March 14th for today. And like that, you can display the date. Of course, now we need to add some styles to this date, and it's going to be way bigger. So font size, something like 27. Font weight will be again like very big, so bigger than bold, 800, but it's not a number, it's a string. And it should be a little bit grayish, not the black, so something like this. If we save it, voila, I think it's good. So now if we scroll, it's hiding. If we are at the top, we always see which date stories do we see? So let's see, any questions? Is it a full stack project or only front end? Because I can see TypeScript. So it is front end only. We are working on React Native part. We worked last week on this channel with backend. So actually we this showcased how to implement the front end and then the backend with Supabase. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure to check the Reddit clone. And yeah, it's a step above this one, a little bit more complicated with authentication. So I think this is a very good starting point, but if you want to expand even further, then you would go and check out that. Okay, let's see what's next. Let's go back to our Notion. Now that we have all the final code, we can go to taskboard and we can either work on magazines list or on detailed article screen. Let's see, maybe we can do magazines list, because there we will use useEffect, and yeah, most likely that makes a lot more sense. But before we start, let me take a short break once again, and I will be coming in a second, so don't worry, don't leave. We'll continue working and learning what is useEffect, how to use it, what is state, and how do we change it. So it's gonna be a good one. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Um, so let's continue and let's see what we should continue on. Let me check if everything is good. The sound is good. The camera should be good. Let me expand this list. Okay, so now we will work on magazines list, and you will be able to find this magazines list in the News Plus. You will be able to also filter these magazines based on some of the options that we showcase here, and you also will be able to start following these magazines. Of course, it's only in the front end. We do not have like a backend logic of storing the magazines that you're following. But again, if that's something that's interesting to you, just let me know which backend to use, and we can try it out if it's something that I already worked with before. Okay, so as I say here, now we'll work on creating a scrollable list displaying all available magazines that users can read and follow. The most important thing here is that magazines should be displayed in rows of 2. We already saw how to display items in rows of 1 with a section list or even with a simple flat list, but we've never seen how to display them in multiple rows. I mean, yes, with multiple rows. So first of all, what we do in the components directory, we will create inside list items, a new magazine list item. So let's do that. Go to our code, components, list items, and we say new file, magazine list item.tsx. Perfect. Again, a boilerplate. Export default function magazine list item, and then we return a view from React Native and text also from React Native and saying magazine. Let's save it. And now we can right away go to our News Plus tab, because that's where we will be working here. And we can close this training list item, we can close this index, and we can open this News Plus under Source App tabs News Plus, because that's where our icon is. Okay, so now that we have this, of course, I need to open my designs. So here, where is it? Okay, yes. So first things first, right away, let's start with in News Plus displaying a list of magazines. We already saw how to do it. It's very easy, importing FlatList. Then we here underneath say we will use a FlatList component. It expects data. So the data is going to be in our assets, data, and let's work on now displaying featured magazines. So let's import, say, featured magazines from, and we will import it from actually assets / data / featured magazines. So this is going to be our, for now, the list that we will work with. Okay, and we also need to say what item to render. So we just created our new magazines list item. So let's also import that. Import magazine list item from components list items, magazine list item, and we will render that. Let's save it, and we can see here right away saying that those magazines. Of course, it looks very bad for now, so let's wrap it in a view and add some margin on the top. Actually, if we go here to index, I can see that I left margin top 60. But this is not really a very good way of handling this, because we have a way better way. So what we would need to do is, instead of having here a view, we will use a safe area view from React Native safe area context. If we save it, also change it back here. And now let's go back here. And if we remove the margin top, when we save it, we can see that it right away moved all of our content, outside of the unsafe area. And unsafe areas are considered the areas, let's say on Apple iPhones, this notch, it's like unsafe area. You cannot display here you can display their data, but it will be hidden. And here it's this one, it's also like if user is scrolling and you're allowing to scroll here, if user is accidentally swiping here, it will close the app. So it's also unsafe. So now that we added it here, it's actually a bit too much. It's more than we need, because we have here margin, and it adds margin on top, on the sides, and on the bottom. If you want to add a margin only on the top, on the bottom, or only on the sides, you can use margin horizontal and margin vertical. In our case, we need margin horizontal in order to add only horizontal margin on the left and right. So now we do not have any margin here at the top and in the bottom. Of course, you have here, like on the bottom, a bit more space, like this grayish. And if you don't really need that, there is, how is it called? Not edges, I think. Yes. And you can here specify, let's see what it expects. Type string is not assignable to type edges. The expect comes from property edges with declared. So actually, now that I don't remember, we can do safe area view, React Native safe area context, something like this. go to the documentation and see how it works. So edges, you can pass an array, and if we go back, so it should be an array of edges. So no, not like that, not like that. So like this, and we say top. We only need an edge on the top. So we do not need the edge on the bottom because we kind of have our bottom tab navigator, and it's good for us like this. So that way we no longer need to have here the margin top. We no longer need, like, just with save area view, we're solving this very nicely, very easily. And of course some edges. You can also leave the edges on the bottom if you want, and then by default it adds edges to all, but we only need the top here. So we can close, and we are right away seeing that here we have the same problem. So what we will do is we'll say we need save area view from React Native save area context. Let's save it, paste it, and now it's perfect. In here we will probably leave it on the bottom as well. We'll see it later if we want to remove it or not. Okay, now that we are rendering this magazine, let's see the Notion guide and basic structure of the component. Yes, we displayed. Okay, so now we are seeing that by default FlatList displays all items vertically, which means it goes one item, second item, third item. To display magazines in a rows of 2, we need to pass a property called number of columns. And in our case, we need to specify that the columns should be 2. Without this, magazines would occupy the full width, as you can see here, like one under another. So what we can do is maybe let's fix a little bit how it looks here and add number of columns in equals 2. So now if we save, we cannot do it on the fly, so we need to reload our application, go back here, and we can see that they're displayed actually one beside another. There is, however, one issue here, and it is that we need to it's like they're squished one near each other. I'm not sure how to say it, yeah, squished. So we can go back to our magazine list item, say style, and in here we will say take up half of the screen that you have. So basically this is gonna take half and this is gonna take half. So if we add the background color red, you can see that before, when we remove this, it's taking only a small part, like basically only as big as the text itself is. But if we add flex 0.5, we're saying take up half of the screen, basically half of the available space. If we add 1 here, it would add it would in theory take up like full, but we have number of columns, so yeah, that's what we need to do. Okay, what's next? So now that we are displaying them side by side, we can start working on actual designs of them. So the first thing that I see right away we need to add is the image. So let's do that. Image from React Native. The source of it is going to be, well, I'm not passing anything here. So that's going to be a problem because right now we don't have a source. So for now, let's do it as an empty string, and we will add it later. So I will not even add any styles because it's going to be difficult to see how are they changing. And also we will have text with magazine title, and then we will have a follow and follow button, but we can add it later. So now we again need to pass here the data. So how do we do that? We already know. Go back to News Plus, and instead in here in render item, destructure the item that we are rendering right now, and let's pass it to, let's say, how do we call it? Let me check how I called it. Simply magazine. So magazine equals, and the magazine will be the item. Of course, right away TypeScript is complaining, so we know how to solve it. Go to magazine list item, at the top here define a type, and here let's follow the same naming structure, props equals, and we are saying, okay, this should be a magazine here, like the same name, magazine. So If you change here, of course, you then need to change here as well. And in here, we already have a type for magazine, and I already told about it, but if you remember in types.ts, we have here a magazine, and a magazine should have an ID. This is always very important, all the lists. Then it has a title, image, and a Boolean flag of true or false, whether we are following this magazine, which in that case should be true, or whether we are not following, which in that case it's going to be false. So if you go to, let's say, to feature magazines, you can see here all of that structured data. So we can close this and say, this is what we are expecting. Now let's just apply this to our component. Let's save it. Perfect. So now we can start working with this magazine object. So first of all, we are displaying the image of the magazine. And if we save, nothing happens because we need to pass in some styles. And now we can say that the magazine should take up all of the space that it has. So 100% of the space. But we also need to pass some, like the aspect ratio or the height. In this case, for me, the aspect ratio is going to be easier. So this is exactly what we want. And lastly, we do want to have some of these. So actually, to make it easier to follow, in this safe area view, I will add, once again, some margins on the side. So margin, horizontal. And in this case, it's going to be 15, I think, right? Yes. 15, and or if we go here, we also will need to pass some padding of 10. So I'm thinking like maybe we don't even need here the style. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think, or maybe we can add something like a very small style, like 10 or something like this. So yeah, this is also again like how you are styling it, because if you don't have a style prepared by a designer, you play around with it. Okay, this is something I like, so I will keep it like this. And but I also want to have some gap between the title and the image. So again, if I say gap, we already learned gap is going to be a small one, something like 5. Yes, perfect. So the last thing that I want to apply to the images is to round a little bit the corners, because that's how we have it in the design. So the border radius, in this case, it's a small, like, yeah, a little bit of rounding, so 5 should do it. And the last thing we should do is style the title itself. So the title is going to be right away, I see the font weight bold. And also I think it should be, should we make it bigger? Maybe it's okay, or maybe we can add it big. No, I think it's gonna be okay. If you want, you can add it, make it bigger. It's still gonna look just as nice. So now that we have all of, like, basically the design almost done, the only thing that's left is the follow button on the bottom. So to add the follow button, let's go down here, and in here we will need to do it a little bit different, because we need to render a follow button based on how does it basically whether we're following or not. So in theory we could have here like this and say if following, of course we need to like have a real variable and have all of the logic inside here, but then in this case this can be a very big component. To simplify it and also to showcase that it's possible, we can actually create a function outside here. Let's call it something like a render follow button. And yes, here it's gonna be an arrow function. And we can actually call the functions here. So for example, I could simply say render follow button, and it will call this function. Right now it's complaining because it's not returning anything, but let's say if I return a text of saying follow, it will render this follow button from the function. It's very important to return it though. And in here that way we can make it way cleaner, because you'll see that this function is going to be a little bit bigger, let's say. So what we will do here is first of all create a use state. So now let me go into the guide, And let's see, where is it? Okay, yes, here. I have it here written a lot more about useState, what it is, how to work with it. So once again, I'm not plugging it. I'm not getting anything from it, but guys, check out this guide. It's gonna have more information, and I really want it to be better for you. And if I see that there's more questions piling up, like the same questions under the video once it's released, this one, I will also update the guide. So I'll try to keep the guide updated so that you could just take it, read it. After the Reddit clone that I did last week, I added a lot more information there afterwards. So yes, we will work with the state. So in React Native, useState hook that we will import shortly allows us to manage values that can change over time in components. So it's not okay. And what is the difference between, let's say, a useState value and a simple variable? So a useState creates a variable, which is a state variable, and it's a piece of data that the component keeps track of. So they're different from the regular variables in a way that state variables trigger re-render of the component when they change. And what is a re-render? So let's say when we say someone says, okay, we're re-rendering the component, React Native goes into again and like reads every line from top to bottom inside a function and re-renders everything that's inside here. It calls this function again. It basically renders everything again. So I will showcase you very soon how it works. But you might be wondering, like, okay, so why do we need this useState? Why do we need to re-render the component? And very easily explainable, I would say, example is using a text input. When we're typing something, we need to store this text, let's say, in some kind of variable that we could use later on, for example, when submitting a form. And also, we want that field, the input field, to keep updating every time. So once we click a key, a letter on the phone keyboard, we want to right away see that new letter inside the input field. And without that updating and re-rendering the whole component, we would not see it appear. So yes, that's how basically React Native works. In order to show the changes, it needs to re-render the whole component again. There are some exceptions, and we did show some of them in, again, like a previous Reddit tutorial, which is a bit more advanced with the performance saving and stuff like that. But for now, it really doesn't matter because it's such an edge case that you'll most likely, maybe will never even use it in your career. So now that I explained a little bit what is the state, let's see how it actually works. Well, first of all, what we need to do is at the top, instead of creating a simple variable like we did before, something like const selected or something equals null or an object, we will do it a bit differently. We will say const, and inside here, we will open an array. The first thing in the array will be the value, the actual value that we have, like that the state is. So for example, this selected, so here it's gonna be that the value. So let's say is following pressed. So you could simply name it the same here. It's following pressed, but of course it's gonna complain because it's the same. The second piece of parameter, basically the second part of this array that you will pass here, is the function, the name of the function that will update this value. So usually a very good way of naming it is simply adding a set, and you can copy paste this one. Set is following pressed. Now that we have this, we need to say it is use state hook and import it from React. And now inside here, I can specify a default value. So you can leave it empty, but you can say that by default, it's not going to be followed. Or again, by default, it is like I'm following all. We will change it a little bit later with the actual value from the our data. But for now, let's leave it as false. We can also specify inside here the type of this use state, basically state variable. And in our case, it can only be a Boolean. If it's a string, something is bad. If it's a number, something is bad. If it's a Boolean, which allows only true or false, then it's good. So now that we have this value, right, based on it, we can decide what to render, what to return. So quickly recap. Is following tracks whether the user is following the magazine or not. It will be this is following will be either true or false. Set is following will update the state when the follow button is pressed. So it will update this value. This Boolean restricts the state variable to only accept true or false. And lastly, this false, we initialize the state with any value that you want. In theory, it could be something like null, but now it will complain because we say it should be strictly Boolean. We could say Boolean or null. Now it would be good, but for us it should be strictly Boolean. Or it could be like, yeah, we'll see some more examples later, but for now it should be false. And yeah, that's basically what this use state hook helps us with. It creates a state variable that will change. If it changes, it will re-render everything, and we'll see it very, very soon how it does that. So inside this render button, what we will do, we'll say if is following press. So basically, if user is following this magazine, the button will look like this. So we will add, I see an icon. So let me actually copy this icon, import it. So you can, I showed you how, but you can choose whichever icon you want. I think this one looks good enough for me. So I will use this one, and it's gonna be from Expo vector icons. Okay, we have this. For now, because it's false, we're not seeing this change here. But if you would say change here to true, now if we, this will be, yeah, another issue is we're not returning. So we will need to do return and then this. So if we save it, we can see that it's changing. Okay, so what we also need to do is we need to add a text, and the text should say follow. So if we save it, no, it actually, because we're following, it says following. Yes. Now we will need to add some changes here. First of all, they need to be in a row. If we say in a row, right, we already know what to do. Say flex direction row. Save it. Okay, perfect. Getting towards there. Now I see that they are not aligned in the center, so we need to align them exactly the same. And I also need to add some padding on the top and the bottom, and it should be very, very slight, like something like 2 or yeah, like that. So now we can make some changes to the text itself. So now we will say style, and the style will be no, and the style will be first of all, font weight is bold for sure. Then second thing is font size should be smaller than it is here. And lastly, the color should not be gray, but it should be something, I mean, should not be black, but should be something like gray. And yes, now it's more or less what we want. But now if we are not following yet, so let's say if it's false, we need to display a nicer looking, like very button that stands out a lot. So in here, we will do, you also have this inside to do inside this. If user is not following, just render this button. I will copy it because there's a lot of styles that will repeat, so you can go over them. Maybe this one will not repeat, so I will show you this one. You saw all of that. So if I save it, you see that this takes up the full screen, basically all of the space that it has. But if we add align cell flex start, it means that align yourself only at the start, basically at the start of the flex box, basically on the box that you have. So, and if you do that, it will shrink and wrap only what it has inside. So if you wouldn't have anything here, it would be like as small as the paddings and stuff like that inside. So yes, that's that. So now that we have this done, what we need to do is add the functionality, like when I press on it, something should happen. And well, to achieve that, what we will do is we have two different ways. One of them would be to add here and here pressable, but I will do it a bit easier. So we will add here pressable. And pressable is a component that allows basically that reacts to the presses on it. So, but it is required basically to have an onPress function here. So to showcase, we can do something like console dot warn, and not even warn, maybe error because warn is no longer visible, and say pressed. So now if someone presses here, something will happen. And now we need to define what will happen here. So for us, what will happen is simply we will set is following pressed. So we are calling this function because we want to change this value. So we're saying set is following pressed should become different than what it is now. So if we are following, we should unfollow, but if we are not following yet, we should start following. In order to do that, in theory, you could do something like this and take this is following pressed, pass it here, save it, and if you're clicking, it's working. But there might be some cases where, and it's actually not the correct way of doing, because there might be cases where this data is behind and it's not the actual data. In order to make it according to best practices, what we need to do is we need to take the current value. So we are taking the current value, basically this, what it is now, exactly now, and we are saying change this current value to what, like different to what it is now. This is making it like different. So if it is true, this will make it false. But if it is false, this will make it true. So if we save it, and now it will work as we want. So if we click, it's following and it's changing, because once we change this value, the whole component is re-rendered. And if you want to see that in action, so we can do console.log. We will say rendered. So if we save it, and if we reload it at first, so go to news, we have 4 times rendered. And it is because we have 4 different items. So for every item, we render it once, the button. Now, if we click follow, we see that it re-rendered 1 time. And it re-rendered because it only had to re-render this whole component, but it had to re-render it all. That's why it also changed here. If I do here, it does again, and if I follow, it does again. And that's the only way how you can actually reflect the changes. You need to re-render the whole component, and to do that, you need a state. So if I would have here something like const is following press equals false, and I would not have here a state, and in here I would not call this, but let's say I would say is following pressed becomes true. And I would actually, I cannot do that because this is a const, it doesn't change, but and if I press here, nothing happens, like because the component is not re-rendering, it's not going to work. So it has to be, if something has to reflect the changes, it has to be done with a state. And now it's working perfectly. Another thing is, like if we re-render and go every time, all of these will be right away like initialized as false. But if we go into our feature magazines, some of them we're actually following already. So in order to change that, maybe some of you already did, what we can do is we can define a default value for it. So the default value we can get for magazine and is following. If we save it, some of them will be already followed. Some the others we can follow and follow. Of course, it's only changing on the front end, as I said. It's not changing in the back end, but maybe someday we can implement it for this application. But I will definitely showcase how to work with the backend in the future. So subscribe to the channel, and yeah, we'll be working on it. Or even just go and check out the Reddit clone. Once again, I'm mentioning it like for probably fifth time, but I think it was a good one, and yeah, you can check it out. So now we can remove this rendered, and yeah, now let's go to our Notion to see if we managed to do everything. Yes, I explained all of this here. We have all of these changes. Yeah, again, I'm saying like why separate follow button function? Because it keeps the UI logic way cleaner. Instead of having all of this inside inside here, of course it's not gonna be very nice now because yeah, you need to like adjust it, but instead of having all of this logic inside here, you can simply call it as a function and it will like automatically call it when and display what it needs to be displaying. Okay, so that's that. So what's next? Let's see in our Notion, if we go to the task board, yes, the next thing is to filter the magazines. So let's see. So in this, as it says here, in this lesson, we will improve our magazine list and allow users to filter magazines based on categories like featured, newest, popular, and you can add even more. So you can also see here the goals of this lesson. So we will add a filter menu. We will use one more library. I will explain why. And actually it says here right away, it's saving us a little bit of time from building everything from scratch. But I highly encourage you, if you want, and if you have a little bit more experience, to build that menu dropdown by yourself, because it's definitely possible and it's not that difficult. But I will showcase you this library, and actually right away we can open it. And it's a library that actually provides you with a lot of pre-built components. So here you have different activity indicators. You have like badges, avatars with like different, like a lot of different pre-compiled elements like that are following material design principles. So feel free to use any of these, but what we will use is the menu one, which is here. And we need something like this. It's not anything like crazy difficult, but it will save some time for us. And because I want to focus on explaining the main concepts, I think it's good case to skip some time and not to implement everything by ourselves. So let's go to Notion. And then first things first, simply let's copy this one and install React Native Paper. So again, we can open the terminal. Let's stop it. Install React Native Paper. While it's installing, let's check what we need to do next. And here I'm saying again why we use it, but yeah, it is what it is. So we will need this in order to we will need to do one more thing. To wrap this paper provider in our root layout, basically the first entry where the application load, basically the first screen, so that we could reuse it everywhere in our app. So now that we installed, we can run the app again. Let's open on iOS and let's reload it. Okay, nice. Finish loading. So now, if we go, actually, maybe I had to first of all wrap it, but we'll see. If I go in our root layout, which is in app layout, and here I import, I don't need this one anymore, and I don't need all of that. For now, I will need stack later. And if I import, I think it's paper provider for from React Native Paper, and I wrap it, the whole, basically all of my app, because as you remember, this root layout is going to be the first screen that Expo Router will load. And if we wrap it here, hopefully it's going to work right away. I will not need to restart, but we'll see. We can continue working. So here I have an example, but here I have an example right away with the detailed page that we will implement later with the dynamic parameters. Yes, so now that we added this, we can go back to our News Plus screen, which is in App, Tabs, News Plus. And in here we can continue working. Now I will introduce, let's see if there's any questions. Nope, we can continue. Now I will introduce once again another very important hook. And this one, as always, I have more information here. What is it? Understanding how it works. I'm explaining the syntax and why we will use it, but I will explain it now during the live stream as well. So In order to be able to select between different filters, different magazines, like featured, newest, or popular, when the user selects a new filter, we will need to update the UI, once again, re-render everything to reflect the selected option. The magazine lists will be updating dynamically by using useEffect. So now you might be wondering, what is this useEffect that you're talking about? And before like going into the code and diving too deep, I will very like break it down because it will play a very crucial role in updating everything. So first of all, what is useEffect? A useEffect is once again a React hook that allows you to run side effects in a component. Like you would use useEffect, for example, when you mount a component to fetch some data from the API to get, let's say, a list of feature magazines from the backend or things like that if you're using Axios or something like that. But you can also use it to, let's say, start timers when the component mounts, or to allow for, in our case, it will allow us to run the code in response to changes in the state variable. So what does that mean? Well, what does it means? I will show you right now. First of all, we need to import useEffect from React again. And now we can actually go inside here and call it useEffect. And this is the syntax of useEffect. And then it's very important to add these brackets here, this dependency array, how we call it. So let's break it down a little bit, the syntax. This, the dependency array here, what we call, like basically the dependencies that you can add, like what this useEffect depends on, determines when the useEffect runs, like when everything inside here runs. So for example, if I add here console log effect runs and save it, we can see that when it mounts, it runs first time. So if you leave it empty, it will run only when the component is mounted or loaded. So for example, if I go here, it will run once when it's loaded, mounted, and then that's it. Like if I change here the states or whatever, it's not gonna load. But if I would add here some variables, and especially state variables that we change, then this whole function would rerun every time that variable changes. So let's try to showcase that. And the first thing that we need to do is create, once again, another state. So let's say use state, and we already saw how to create const, and we say, how did I call it? Let me double check, because magazines data, and then set magazines data equals use state. And now yeah, we'll show you. At first, let's say it's gonna be for now empty array, and in here I will also need to say later on like the type of it, but just for an example, let's do it this way. So now we say like, okay, every time magazines data change, please run this whole useEffect from scratch. And in order to showcase this magazine's data being changed, let me add something, button from React Native. It should be title, press me, and then on press will be, I will change the magazine's data, set magazine's data to, I don't know, like something 1 in array, or maybe even 1 and 2. Why is it complaining? Oh, because of the types, but doesn't matter. For the example, it's gonna be good. So now let's reload. When I go here, it runs once. If I do anything here, it doesn't run. Like I can do whatever I want. But once I change this state to something different with this button, let's see if it will run, and check out here. Once I click press me, it changes, it runs everything in here. So it runs once when you initialize, and it runs now every time I change this data. So if I keep pressing, it means I'm updating the state, and I need to all the time re-render it. So in order to use this to our advantage, what we could do is, first of all, import all of these lists of magazines in here. So we have feature magazine, we have newest magazines from assets slash data slash newest magazines. And actually, let's clean it up. Usually, all the library imports should go first, and so the library imports go first, and only then we start importing like our components or data or whatever. So yeah, that's the practice that you should follow. And then we have popular magazines from also assets slash data slash popular magazines. Perfect. So now that we have all of these magazines, what we can do, and also this is just like, I'm using these lists just as an example. In a real world scenario where you get these this data from the backend, let's say, you could still use this magazines, this useEffect, but every time, let's say we change the filter, as you will see later on, we would simply call the backend, let's say, with a new filter. Let's say, okay, give me now feature magazines, or give me now newest magazines. In this case, we will kind of simulate it with different lists, but yeah, that's how it would work. You could also have one list with different, let's say, fields there saying like is newest, is popular, or whatever, but I thought this will be the easiest way to understand the useEffect. Okay, so now that we have all of these lists, we also need to create the same as we did for the how is it called? Like for the headers, we need to create constant values, because we will have filters that will not change ever. So the best practice is to create like this. Featured is gonna be featured, and then popular is gonna be popular, and lastly newest is gonna be newest. Okay, so now that we have these constants here, we will actually later use them. But before doing that, let's define a type for these filters, or maybe let's do it later. I will explain it then. Okay, so now that we have these filters, we need another state to know when the user updates the filter. So we have the magazine's data, but we also need to know which filter is now selected. So, and if you can think it that way, if you want this to be able to change, if you want this to be changed, like to allow users to change some piece of data, usually it's gonna be useEffect. You will use it. So in this case, we want to know and allow users to change the selected filter. So selected option, and we will say set selected option equals, once again, useState. Now we can actually very easily define that it should only be a string, always the type of string. And we will initialize it with filters and dot featured. Okay, perfect. Filters dot featured. Okay, that's good. So now what we will do next is, instead of having this magazine's data, we will no longer need it, because we will not run the useEffect when magazine's data change, because in this useEffect we will change the magazine's data. We will run this useEffect every time the selected option changes, because that means the filters were changed. User changed the filter, give me a new list of data. Okay, so now that we have here this, where do we use this magazine's data? So instead of always in the FlatList displaying the featured magazines, we will display the magazine's data here. And for now it's nothing. But another thing that we need to do is we need to define the type of this magazine's use state. So the type here is going to be the magazine. So from the types that we created, but it's not just one magazine, it's an array of magazines, a list of magazines. So you need to add these brackets at the end to say that it's an array, a list. Okay, so now that we have this, the next thing that we need to implement is, let me think, is it a button with, no, maybe let's continue. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to change, whenever the option changes, we need to run this useEffect and change the list. So let's, instead of calling here set magazines data, let's call set selected option, and we will select, let's say, filters, let's call it here, and instead of showing the featured, we will show the newest. Of course, now we don't show anything at all, but we will change it now. So if we go here and we create our if statement or switch, so let's say switch, and now we will have different cases based on the selected option, and we'll say if, oh no, not like this. We will say if the case is that the selected option is filters.featured, what we will do is we will say return, and we will say set magazines data to the featured magazines. So just like that. But if the case is that if the selected option is filters dot, let's say popular, what we will do is we will simply return set magazines data as popular magazines. Let's add these to make it cleaner. And now if the case is that if the selected option is filters dot newest in this case, then we will return and set magazines data to newest magazines. Now we also need to provide a default case. So if it's neither of these, what we will do is we will simply say return set magazines data as an empty array. So basically nothing is there. So now after we save, because this runs every time we initialize, basically load or mount the screen, it right away we initialize here with predefined filter, a default filter, which is featured, and it goes inside here, it finds, okay, the filter is featured now, let's set it to feature magazines. If I would change here to filters, let's say popular, and save it, and after I save it, it mounts the component because it re-renders everything. It changes the magazines to the popular ones because again, we render the component, it goes inside the useEffect, it checks, okay, we're checking for the selected option. You could do this with an if statement as well. So it checks for the selected option. If it's filter featured, no, it's not. Is it filters popular? Yes, it is popular. That means set it to popular magazines. And again, you could as easy do this with if statements. So doing like if selected option equals filters dot featured, then set magazines data to featured magazines. Also, you would need to return it because otherwise it would go to all if statements. Then do the same if. It really depends like on what feels better for you, like filters dot popular, and yeah, set magazines data to do popular magazines. And now that I'm doing all in return, let's not forget, now that I'm doing all of these, like we can do the last one, like also if selected option equals filters that dot newest, then return set magazines data to newest magazines. And also, like if nothing, then just return set magazines data to empty array. It will work exactly the same as this one. So if we save it and let's say here change it to featured, it's exactly the same. Like it's just a different switch or if statement, whichever you prefer. Okay, so what's next? So now that we have this being changed, now we can see what happens if I, let's say, click this press me button, which should change the selected option to the like different filter, which will be newest. So let's click it, and we can see that it changes the whole list. That means once the selected option changes, because we update the state here, to renders the whole component. Because we have here as a dependency, it runs everything here again and sets a new. Because if I remove here this dependency and let's say reload it and click here, press me, nothing is changing because this useEffect runs only first time when you open it. Based on this default version, it sets it to this magazine and it will never re-render, never rerun because it doesn't have any dependencies. So that's the case. So what we need to do now next? Well, we need to work on implementing the actual filters in the list header component. So if you go to the Notion, and here you should see yes, on the bottom, yes, here, render filter menu, and you have this whole menu. It's actually everything that we already learned, so I'm not gonna go through everything. I'm just gonna copy and comment the menu part. So if I go here and say list header component, and what we need to pass it, oh, I already added it here because it's also with list header component. So I can simply paste it here and import everything that we need. So let's see, we need to import view. We will need to import menu, but probably I will cover the menu in a bit more detail. So let me cut it out. And we will also need to import the and design. So import and design from Expo / vector icons. How I'm doing with time? Oh, wow, it's almost 5 hours. Oh, yeah. We have some. Yeah. Now I can copy this component. Probably yes. I will just quickly showcase a little bit the menu itself, but it's gonna be like very easy, this part. We already did like this here, news plus discover with date, so it's literally exactly the same, just different text. Okay, so now that we have this, we can work on the menu. So if we go here and we say that we want to import the menu from the React Native paper that we just worked on, so let's do menu, and actually it does not find it that way, so let's go to the top and say import. Nope, import menu from React Native paper, and it's because these are like libraries, I will move them to the top to follow like the best practices. And now I can scroll down here and say, okay, we will be using menu, and this menu will be with a closing with a closing tag part, and inside it, first of all, we will have a text saying, oh, actually we already have it here, saying showing, but we will need to display, yes, so let's remove it here because we will be displaying different things here. So, okay, inside the menu, what we need to do is we need to define when is the menu opened and when it should be visible. So for that, once again, like if we are doing something to change the UI, change the design, it means we need use state. So we will import one more state component, which is going to be called, let me check how I called it just to follow exactly the same. Is menu visible? Okay, so is menu visible, here, visible, set is menu visible equals use state. It's going to be a boolean once again because it can be only true or false, and it's gonna be at the start closed, so not visible at the start. And if we go, actually we can remove this button right away, but we will not need it anymore. And inside the menu we can pass the first parameter, which is going to be property actually, which is going to be called visible, and this property will hold the value, the state value that we just created, which is called is menu visible. So if it's true, it's not going to be visible, but if it's false, it's not going to be visible, but if it's true, the menu should be visible. But now that I don't have any menu items, so it's not going to be visible either way. So let's leave it as it is here. Okay, so what's next? The next thing is what we need to add an anchor, basically, which means that what needs to be um, shown, basically, what needs to be pressed for for menu to be open. So for the anchor, what we will have a pressable from React Native. We already worked with it, and this will have I will copy it because it's a simple text, nothing new. It's a text with some font weight, font size, like different color, and another icon that we'll import at the top from and design. And as you can see here, that's how we import multiples. And yeah, and now you can, and also we will pass the selected option, which is here, as a name, basically. So here at the end. Perfect. So now we also have some issues right away. You can see, first of all, let's start with styling. We need to align them in a row. So row. And also, if we save them, they're not aligned in the center. So we'll align all the items in the center. Now it's looking way better. But there's one more thing that we need to pass to our pressable, and it is on press. So this on press is going to simply set menu is menu visible to true. So basically, when you click on this item, we should open the menu. And okay, but now how do we close it? Well, for that we can simply pass another function property on dismiss, and whenever we dismiss the menu, we will call set is menu visible to false. Perfect. So now that we have these, we can already render the menu items. And this is a little bit of, let's say, more complicated by rendering the menu. So I will try to like explain a bit more. So first of all, what we will do is we will call in here, of course, open this, and we will say object. And also, like if you go to the Notion guide, I here explain it in very much detail what's happening with these object keys, like how are they working, what is they are they expecting, even the types. So here actually took me quite a while to write it, so feel free to read it. But yes, what we will be doing is we will say that like basically object.keys. First of all, I will write and then maybe explain a bit more. We will filter through this object with keys. So dot filters, and we need to, yeah, later on. So we will map through all of these keys, and we will take key from each, basically, of each element. So it's like for loop taking one. It works a bit different than for each, but yeah, we'll explain in a second. So if you have this key, what we need to do is we need to return for every object key, which is for every item in here, we need to return a menu item. And this menu item will have, of course, a key, because when you're doing .map, it's very important to pass some sort of a key. Otherwise, it's yeah, it's mandatory, required when you're looping through a list. So we'll pass a key, we'll pass on press event. So basically, it will say like when you, or maybe let's first of all pass a title, because it's also important. The title will be from the filters from this object. We will say like, give me the object with this key. So for example, I'm looping through the key of featured. So we're saying, give me featured key name. So yeah, that's gonna be the title. And title style, we can change it later. If we save it, we right away see this here. And we can, when we close somewhere here, it's calling this on dismiss, and it's closing the menu right away. We can see that it covers our title, which is not something I like. So I would call, how is that? Anchor position. Yes, anchor position is going to be on the bottom, because by default it's on the top. So now if we open it, and we need to reload it. Now that we open it, it's on the bottom and we can see the text clearly. But now I want to pass some styles to our title. So we can simply say title style, and yeah, pass here the font weight of bold, then font size of 19, and then color of, I have it here, so just copy me. Yes, save it. And now if I open, I also need to reload it. Now if I open, I have all of these nicely here. But if I click on any of these, nothing happens because we still have to pass the onPress event. So let's make it look cleaner, like with indentation. And lastly, let's pass onPress event. And this onPress, what it will do is we will call a function handle select option. For now, we still don't have that option, this function, but we'll create it in a second. And what we do once we click on it, we need to pass which option out of these is selected. So we will say, again, the filters at position key. Let's go to the top. And in here, let's create that function called handle select option. And in here, let's do it this way. And let's take in this option, or how did I call it? Actually, it's going to be important because otherwise the Notion guide is not going to be following fully this. So I call it, yeah, actually that's how I called it exactly. And it's going to be expecting a string. This function is going to be very simple. First of all, it's going to set the selected option to this option that we passed here. So basically one of these, which means we will, because we're changing the selected option, we will rerun this whole useEffect, and based on it, we will set the according list. And lastly, we also want to set the menu invisible. So after you make a selection, the menu should be closed. So now, if I go here, open this one, and change the lists, you can see that they are working perfectly fine. Like everything is being re-rendered. And how does it work? Once again, quickly gonna recap. Once you click one of the items here, it calls the handle select option function with one of these filters. And you can see here, it's gonna be either newest, popular, or featured. So once you call this function, because this function changes the selected option, which is this selected option, useEffect right away sees, okay, selected option changed the value. I need to rerun myself. And once it's rerunning myself, because the selected option is changed, it will check, okay, is selected option featured? Nope. Is selected option popular? Nope. Is selected option newest? Yes, exactly. Set the newest magazine and update everything, the UI, because again, we're changing the state. So that's roughly how it's working. Now, let me quickly fix this issue with TypeScript. And it might look a little bit confusing, but at the top, let's scroll to the top. Under these, let's create a type for these filters. So let's say filter key. It's gonna be key of, and I think it's type of, and then filter. So basically, the key there is gonna be a key of and type of these filters. Now, if we scroll to the bottom, and we find this our map, what we need to do before this map in here, we need to say as filter key that we just defined here at the top, and we need to not just one filter key, but filter key array. And also we need to wrap this whole thing inside these brackets. Now it solved all of the issues. Again, I have it in very much detailed here displayed and explained why it solved these issues like with this as filters key. And you can read it here. I think we're like already streaming for almost 5 hours. So this is your homework. Just read it out here. It's explained very, very in much detailed, and I think it's gonna be better than for me to explain it. Okay, so now that we have this fixed, there is, if we go to our Notion page, to the taskboard, there is one last task, which is displaying the detailed article screen. I will showcase you how to do it because I promised to go through the whole tutorial, but I will not work on its design, the UI. I will copy it a little bit because it's actually like it's the easiest out of them all. The only thing I will touch is the markdown content. Because if you no, if you go here, you can see that the content here is displayed in a nice markdown way. So let's go to here and let's see what we need to do. First things first, we will start by creating a new file, a new screen inside our app directory. And this will create right away a new screen. So let's go to our app directory. And inside this app directory, let's create a new folder for now and call it news article, because I'm doing this this way because I will want the URL to have news article /ID. So inside here, now we can create this id.tsx. And you might notice like these new brackets, and you might be wondering, okay, so why do we need these brackets? And in theory, it's because that's how, wait, let me open the design. Yes, in theory, that's because how Expo Router works. The square brackets around the ID makes this a dynamic route in Expo Router, just like in URLs of the web. So for example, if I go to news article /123, this 123 will be the ID. And this is exactly how the web URLs work. You would have something like example.com/news article /123. And I will showcase you now how can we get this ID. So in this newly created component, let's create export default function. Let's call it, how do we call it? Let's see, to detailed article, article, and then like this, let's return a text where we say detailed article. And also we need to import the text from, not from React Native paper, but from React Native. Okay, let's save it. So now we have this component, but how do we navigate to it? Well, first of all, we need to think of where do we navigate it from. So to like, how to put it, like if you're thinking very logically, it should be from when you're selecting one of the posts to read. So for example, if I want to read this one, I should be able to click on it and I should see more data about it. Like if the title really intrigued me, I want to know more about it. Okay, so that gives us an example, an idea of where we can go to like adjust, make these changes. So we are going, let's say, start with magazine list item. If we go here under, actually not magazine list item, my mistake, in main news card. If we go here, what we need to do here, what's very important, is to wrap our component in a link that I talked about in the first like hour of this tutorial. So if we do link from Expo Router and we wrap this whole component, we still need to provide the href. So let's say href, and in this case, okay, let me show you first of all example like this: news article and then /123, just as I showed you. And you can see if I save it, it right away messes up some of the styles. Something is not correct. And it's because to the link, if it only has inside text, you can leave it like this. Like say if it would be text, this one should be removed, something like hello, it's all good. Like it's gonna not mess up anything and it will work perfectly. But if it's more than that, if it's like something very custom or detailed, you need to pass as child. And what this property does is it passes everything, like this press button, inside like its children. But one very important thing here is, so basically, let me recap. This as child prop tells the link component to let its child, which means everything that's inside, handle the click event rather than link itself handling it. So without it, the link would expect like a direct element, a text or a button inside here, just as I showed you, to trigger the navigation. But if we need to have here something way more customized, we pass as child. And another important thing is to wrap here, instead of a view, to a pressable, because the child component, if you pass as child, must accept on press or on click property. So in here, the pressable should accept the on press, which it does, and it will pass it to the pressable from the link. So now if we save it, we see that the styles are all good, and if we click, we're actually being navigated to here. And if we add some at the top, let's say margin top 50, we can see detailed article. Amazing. So now the question is, how do we get this ID? And actually, it's pretty easy, because that's what Expo Router is all about. So what we need to do is simply say const. We will take, not this, but we will destructure the ID from use, I think it's local search params, and make sure it's important from Expo Router. And if we save it, and console, actually not even console log it, but we can display it here. Let's say ID, like this. We can see that the ID is 123. So if we go here, let's say into the main news card and say just 3, reload, go here, it's gonna be 3. So it's also important that this ID will be exactly the same name as you specify in here. So if you have here type, here you need to destructure type. In our case, we have here ID, so we're taking here the ID. Okay, so as I said, it's very, very easy. But now that we have this ID, we need to somehow get the object that we are working with. So yeah, so that's that. How do we get it? Well, again, if you would have a backend, it would be a bit different. You would do a call to the backend, probably maybe even in useEffect, or yeah, it depends on what you're using, and pass the ID there, and it will return you the actual object. But for us, because we're working with the dummy data, what we will do is we will say const. We will take the news article, and we will take it from all news. So don't forget, we need to import it. So let's do just that now. Import all news from, and where do we import from? From assets, data, / all news. So what we'll do, we'll say news article. We need to find from all news, from this array, from this JSON array, we will try to find the article. So basically this is the article that it's right now looping through, which has exactly ID exactly the same as the ID passed here. So what it does, it loops through all news array. It checks the ID of every one of them that's looping. So for example, this news 3, and if this ID is equal to sum of the article ID, it will return us this article. So let's do console log news article. Now, if we reload, we will see that this article is not found. So this is actually one of the cases we need to handle, because if it's not found, we should not render anything here. So what we will do is we'll check if news article is false. Basically, if it's not true, if it's not found, what we will return is simply a text saying article not found, just like that here. Maybe you can like add some let's say flex 1, and then justify content center, and no, align, let me check background color red. Okay, it's taking up. So align items center, well, doesn't matter actually. Oh no, okay, not so yeah, it's gonna align here in the center, and because we don't have any items, we do not need to align the items, we need to align ourselves. And then we can also say text align. Actually, we could have done that maybe even instead of this, because we're aligning here the aligning the text, not the item itself. So now we can remove all of this and maybe add some, I don't know, margin top of like 100. You could also align it with the flexbox, but yeah, I want to display here at the top, let's say, and let's leave it like this. So yeah, article not found, because there's no ID like that. So if we go to our menus card, what we need to change here is we need to pass this ID dynamically. Instead of passing hard-coded 3 all the time, we need to pass the ID of the article that was pressed on. So in order to do that, what we need to do is we need to change the brackets a little bit here to these and call news article, have like this syntax with a $sign, and then inside here we can pass the ID. So we're passing the ID, we're saying news article dot ID. So simply as that, we will always have it dynamic. So now if we go here, we say detailed article news 1. That means it was found, it was the first one, and we are displaying it. So now that we have it displayed here nicely, what we will do is go to the Notion, and we will need to install one more library, which is called React Native Markdown Display. So let's copy it, and what it does, it's basically it will allow us to present a news article in a structured content. And I think it's very important to have a well-organized article and easy to read, and that means that your writers can write it in a markdown format right away. You store it like that in your backend, and once you retrieve it, we know how to display it nicely and not just a huge block of text. So let's go here quickly. Let's install this new library. Okay, it's gonna be very easy to use, so that's good. So we are running again, and yeah, let's reload it just in case. And now, in order to use this library, first of all, what we need to do is we need to import it. So import Markdown from React Native Markdown Display. And we need to pass it some sort of Markdown content. So in theory, what you do is you simply go here. Instead of returning the text, you do Markdown, and inside here, pass the text. And we already have it in the news article.body. So if we save it and go here, we already have let's say decent looking text with everything is in a markdown format, nicely structured, and I can show you how it would look like in a simple text. So if we save it, it has like all of these. I have no way of highlighting some of the content. I have no way of showing like different like heading sizes of fonts and stuff like that, which this solves it very nicely. And this is not it. Like, we can very easily, if you go to the example, you can very easily customize it according to what you want. So for example, if you copy this markdown style sheet, let's say here at the top, and you, of course, we need to import the style sheet from React Native. Okay. And if you pass it here as a style, like these markdown styles, I called it, you can, after saving, let's say, make this heading red. And if I save it, actually, let me reload it. And I'm not sure if I have heading 1. So maybe, yeah, heading 2, let's say, we'll need this kind of like red titles, and the font size should be 30. And maybe you even need some margin bottom. So margin, not bollock. Margin bottom of, I don't know, like 5 to have more of it. So yeah, you can easily do that, and you can leave it as a default one. And yeah, you don't need to do all of these. You can also do for all of the HTML tags basically. So let's do it for only heading 2 to have, let's say, some spacing under it. Okay, so now that we have this, we are actually kind of fully done. The only thing we need to do is to style our component, and it's actually very easy to style. So let's just copy this part, and is it? No, it's detailed. Yes, yeah, it is this one. Yeah, exactly. Actually, there is one more thing I want to showcase to you, and I will do. First of all, there's a scroll view. What scroll view allows us to achieve is instead of having, let's import all of this here, and it's gonna be, yeah. Yeah, let's destructure it maybe. So you remember I showed you how you can just call like news article dot publisher, news article dot image, news article dot author. You can simply do it a lot easier like this. So after you already know that you have this news article, we can destructure it like that, way easier. And let's say if we save it, I see it's gonna crash because of this one, this issue, but it's actually very easy. Just import it from date FNS. So if we scroll here, import it from date FNS. Image does not exist, and it is because property image. Okay, so yeah, we need to import it from React Native simply. Now let's save it. If we go here, everything looks nice. And what scroll view does is that I can easily scroll through the whole content myself. Without it, if it would have been a simple view, so that's how you can make the content scrollable instead of like flat list. Yeah, now it's not scrollable. So I needed to, because I know the content is going to be huge, there's going to be a lot of things below it. That's why I will make it like this with a scroll view. Now there is one more last thing that I want to showcase, and it's this header. And this header, as you can see, like it's a bit different. We first of all we need to display the title of the publisher that this let's say article was published by, and some more styles in here. So first of all, let's start maybe with a simple article name. So what you would do, because this news article is in this layout, we can go here and we know that it wraps everything here. So here, in order to have the header, we should not load the slot, but we should return the stack instead. So now if we return the stack, we can see that we have this header, but of course it is here as well. So we will need to do some adjustments. Let's do it this way. And let's say stack.screen. Let's close it. For the name, tabs. So for now, it's like we're targeting this. We need to pass some options. And the options will be simply header shown as false. Not like this, but not as a string, but as a false value. Now it's hidden. In here, we also don't see it. Perfect. So now that's done. Another screen that we will need to fix is going to be the newly created news article ID. And in order to fix it, we will do news article slash, and we will do ID options. And then we will change the maybe only header title to, for now, let's say now. If we go here, what, wait, oh yeah, where I'm going. Already a bit tired. So yeah, you can see here the now at the top, which is perfect. That's almost what we want to have, but not exactly. So what we'll do here is, yes, what we need to do here. So first of all, we don't need a title. And actually, do we even need this whole thing here? Let's think, because the thing is that, yes, actually, yeah, we will be displaying the icons and the back button styling in here, but I will show you how to add the title dynamically. So if we go here for the options, maybe to make it nicer, let's do it this way. Let's fix the indentation. And inside the options, we for now will keep the title as empty. We don't want to show the title anything yet. Okay, so that's for the title. Okay, maybe let's do it this way. It's going to be a little bit easier to read. Now, another thing that we need to pass is header left. So what does it do is basically this function allows us to change the left side of the header. Basically, yeah, you can add there whatever you want in theory. So what we will add is an icon that I already have prepared. So you can just copy it, which is going to be from Ionic Icons, and I will import it. I will also need here material community icons, so I'll import both of them. You can see this router back, and this is what I talked about also at the start of the tutorial. When you need to programmatically go back, because I cannot really yeah, exactly. When I need to go programmatically back, I will do import router from Expo Router. Okay, actually I have it already at the top. So we will simply say it should go back when this is pressed, and it should have only an icon without anything. So now if we press, we go back, everything is working perfectly. So now we need to do some changes on the right side. So this is actually exactly the same, formula. We say header, but now it's right. So we will do like this, not here, but like this. And in this case, we will return two icons. And because we're returning two icons and they should be in a row, we, as remember from before, need flex direction. We will add some gap and we will align them in the center. Again, I'm providing the icons because this is nothing new for you. So now that we have this, it looks nice, but we need to display the publisher dynamically. So the last thing that we need to do is go to our ID, and in here, just as we import like this stack screen in the layouts, we can do exactly the same in the views in the screens. So what we would do is we would say stack from Expo Router dot screen with the name, and if you go here, it will be exactly not here, here. It will be exactly the same name as here. So we're targeting. Sorry, let's remove this one. We're targeting this screen, and what we will need to do is pass an option, and it's actually only one option of header title, and the header title is gonna come from a news article publisher. So if we say publisher, we take the name of the publisher. When we save it, we see the Wall Street Journal. And this is like, you would use like some styling like this when you need dynamic content, probably most of the time. And for example, if there would be this button that does something different, I would most likely not have it here, but I would move this header right to, let's say, we can actually even showcase this. So if I don't, I will need to import a lot of things, but you get the point. Like, but now that I told, I cannot, like, I can't not show. So let's go do this. And for example, I can pass this as an option, but first of all, let's make the indentation a bit better. And also, yes, I need to pass it inside the options like this. And yeah, so header right, like, of course we need to import the icons, and let's do it here. So now if I save it, it will appear, and most likely these icons will do something differently. For example, you could pass here on press, and it will programmatically do here whatever you want. So for example, I don't know, in this case, we will console log or maybe console error. It will be easier to see more. So if I save it, if I click on it, we clicked more. So yes, that way you could do it here as well. For example, if you want to post something and you have all the state data here, like the name, the post body and stuff. So you would have the header right with a post button here, and after you click, you would call an API or something like to save your post. But for now, we do not need to do that. It's yeah, we only need to display the title dynamically, so that's what we are going to use it for. And maybe I will do it in one line because take up less space. So now in this use layout, yeah, let's go back as well, and we have everything ready, everything done. I hope I did not miss anything yet. But yes, this is what we've built so far. We have a section list in the home feed with different types of data displayed. We have a news magazines list. We are able to follow and unfollow different magazines. We're able to filter these magazines. And lastly, we're able to see the, actually now that I'm clicking on these, I see that what I forgot, but we're also able to see the detailed pages of every article. When I'm saying every, these are not gonna work yet, but actually it's very easy to fix. So probably let's just do that. So what we need to do is we need to go to this news list item, and we also need to wrap it with a link, just as we did for the previous one. So let's wrap it. Then let's pass it. So actually you could just copy this one entirely and just don't forget to change this to pressable. So after you do this, let's save it. So now these should be pressable as well. Amazing. And if we scroll down, these are pressable as well. And lastly, we do the same for the trending list. So we, let's copy probably. Let's copy this link, paste it here, have it as a link, and also change this to pressable like this. And what is it complaining? Cannot find name link. It's because I did not import it from Expo Router. Now if I save it, even these will open us a link with a dynamic title of the publisher. So now that's actually it. We are done. I hope you enjoyed this stream. It was a long one, not gonna lie. It was a long one, but I hope it's gonna bring value to at least one of you. Let's see what people are saying. Where's the link on Notion? I would like to deep dive into this project. Have been watching it since the beginning. Well done, man. Argenis, thank you very, very much. I see that Vadim already gave you the asset bundle where you can find the Notion guide. And as I mentioned a million times during the stream, there's a lot more information there. So I hope you will enjoy. Yes, I see that people are talking. Kisley is asking about the React Native mastery, but Vadim also answered it. It's coming soon. Argenis, thank you very much for the kind words. I hope this will be valuable even after you follow through it all. And I enjoy having all of you here, guys. Thank you very much for following with me and sticking around and having a chat, a call. So yes, I think we showed the demo, but Catalin, we can do it once again, one last time. So yeah, we have here a fully completed project. It took us quite a bit, but I promised at the start to a few people that we will definitely finish it in one go, so I could not just stop it in the middle. But yeah, this is what we managed to achieve. In the home feed, we have a section list with different sections of the feed of the articles where you can where we display them differently. You can also open each of these articles and read in more detail with it. We've implemented Markdown here to showcase everything a lot nicer and to make the reading a lot more pleasant. We have here the dynamic titles changing based on the articles that we go. Oh yes, the screen is not showing. Sorry guys, I will do it for probably the third time, but no worries. Okay, so now you see it all. Yes, so now I can actually try to talk even better because last time I was stuttering a bit. So what we've implemented, first things first, we have a home screen where we have different sections in the list with different elements being displayed inside. You can click on each of these elements and read in more depth. We use the Markdown to display the content a lot nicer, and it's a way more pleasant way of reading. We're also displaying the titles dynamically of the publishers. So if you go to another one, it's gonna be different publishers. Also, we worked on the News Plus tab where we are displaying different magazines that people can follow, and they can also filter all of them out based on different filters in selections here. And that's mostly it. As I said, like this was a very, very beginner friendly tutorial. I was trying to dive way deeper into certain topics that most likely some of you already know, but I really wanted to bring as much people to this community as possible because I feel that React Native community in general is amazing, and the more the merrier, as we say. So yes, you can also download once again the whole Notion page, the whole Notion guide inside the link in the description below. It's gonna be under the step-by-step guide. Here I have way more explanations of everything, and I will try to keep it updated. If you have any questions, just let me know inside under this video. I will also keep answering them at least for a while, checking out what's there, and yeah, maybe even updating the Notion guide if I see that people are repeating the same questions. Some of the same concepts are not really well explained in the video. So yes, thank you guys very much. I see that Music Forever says thank you. Faisal, amazing. Lucas, yeah, thank you very much, guys. I hope to see you soon, and yeah, let's meet the next Friday. I think Vadim will be there, but I will be soon as well. See you guys. Have a nice evening. Have a nice weekend, and I hope to see you